You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois on July 16th, 2023, Sunday afternoon, 3 p.m. This would normally be the day of the week and time when we would be playing our play-by-mail game, Dear Holmes. The next letter for the next case hasn't arrived yet. So we're going to try something experimental today. We're going to play a box from the Deadbolt Mystery Society called Admit 1. I've got a giant stack of boxes from Deadbolt Mystery Society. It's for those who are watching today who don't normally join my late night streams. This is an escape room narrative puzzle subscription company that you can only purchase through their website. And I haven't subscribed to it in the past. I try to buy the cases used. They're a little expensive to buy new and to subscribe to, especially with the cost of shipping. But recently they had a big sale and I signed up. So what we're trying as an experiment is playing the very newest box that just arrived. In fact, it arrived on Friday. We've been playing from the back catalog at our leisure, but we're going to try an experiment and play the latest box right when it arrives, and maybe we'll do that for each box that comes once per month. Probably will not be on Sunday afternoons or any afternoons, though. I prefer playing late at night. It does feel weird to be playing this here during the day when it's light out. If you've been joining me for the play-by-mail sessions, those tend to last only an hour or so. This will take us 4 to 6 hours. We'll take a break every hour for 8 minutes. And this is a puzzle game which is hard to play on a YouTube stream. You're probably not going to like it. But you could have it on in the background, stop by, and we'll get a chance to experiment. You'll get to see how we zoom in and play puzzles together. I see we've got some of the regulars here. And Tina and Rob and Macon Leary and Theo are here. And Tina is sort of one half of our puzzle pros. Nicola is the other half, who's not here at the moment. And I've been remarking how when you've got the serious puzzle people, it's sort of a challenge to have a shot at these puzzles before they get solved, but that's okay. The way we play these is when we encounter a puzzle, if it's easy, we'll just do it on the fly. If we get a puzzle that's hard, we may reserve some time and say, okay, we're going to think about this in silence for 10 minutes. And if you solve it a little earlier, don't give us hints yet. But when we're just playing these fast and loose, you can talk in the chat when you think you have a solution. I would be curious if anyone is in the chat who actually subscribes to Deadbolt Mystery Society, and if you've gotten this box, or if anyone has this box and is going to try to play along with us. I'll remind you that if you do have this box and you do try to play along, if you play asynchronously, if you work on things while I'm not working on them, then if you solve them, you shouldn't jump in. We're not trying to solve this as quickly as possible. We're trying to enjoy it. And if you've got something to say, if you think you have an idea or something you want to do, you should just say it in the channel rather than waiting for me to ask. Okay, a little bit of bookkeeping before we get started here. If you do like this content and want to see more content like this, I would appreciate it if you would give this video a thumbs up. You might even subscribe to the channel. It can't hurt you. I have no relationship with Deadbolt Mystery Society or any of these companies. I purchased this game on my own. That just makes it easier for us to criticize these games when we don't like them. I've been a pretty big fan of Deadbolt Mystery Society, though. So it's Sunday. On Friday, we played a fan-made case for Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective called Cleopatra's Death. Always really fun to play these fan cases. They feel so special and rare. And we'll be playing another one soon, this coming week, The Commandeered Corpse, which is on the shelf behind me. In a little more than 2 weeks, the Gen Con gaming convention will be held in Indianapolis, and I'll be there. So sometime between now and then, I'll be recording a long live stream where I look through Board Game Geek's list of games, board games that will be in some form or fashion at Gen Con, and that'll be a long, boring stream. But if you are curious about the games that are coming out and want to sit with me and just chat while we scroll through it for 6 hours, that'll be coming up sometime in the next 2 weeks. Let's see, what else should we talk about? I did want to mention, since we've been playing Dear Holmes on Sundays, that they did just send out an email. And they said they're making some changes. What they said was that instead of 4 letters, 4 deliveries, 4 2-page letters per case, per month, they're going to send 3. They're going to sometimes add an additional letter to those normally 2-page letters. So it'll balance out a little bit. They also, I'm not that concerned with that. I mean, the longer the better as far as I'm concerned. So I don't love that, but that's fine. And a single letter that's 3 pages, that's even better. I don't mind that one. The announcement that I wasn't as happy about was they said they're going to start leaning into puzzles more, like riddles and visual puzzles and ciphers. It feels like, from my standpoint, that's what we've got here. We've got these puzzle games. And the puzzle games seem to be very common, much more common than the pure deduction games. So I'm not thrilled that they're moving more in the direction of puzzly things. So we'll see about that. They also said that the letter we got with the previous case that told us from Watson saying, here's what we want from you, here's what you should try to answer, they said they're going to start including that with all the letters. That kind of ties in with our theory that we've got a sort of, our meta theory, that we've got a fake Sherlock Holmes on our hands. Sounds like Watson, maybe the real Watson or a fake Watson, is playing a bigger role in this, and Sherlock Holmes is going into the background. All right, let's catch up with the chat. If you guys are up to anything, if you have any projects you're working on, I'd love to hear about them. Emmy says, Deadbolt is one of the companies that revises their boxes, is Deadbolt, one of the companies that revised their boxes based on community feedback. They have put out some revised boxes over the years, but they don't they're not going to revise them based on feedback, I don't believe. But what they do is they have a very interesting thing with difficulty levels. They don't try to rate the difficulty levels when they send out a box. They just send out the box to all the subscribers. And then there's a process by which people can report how hard it was. I think someone was saying there's actually some questions you can answer for the new boxes. This is my first box as a subscriber, so I don't really know this process. They may give out some prizes or something, but I know what they do is solicit difficulty estimates. So after we play this, we'll try to put this into our rankings of difficulty for these boxes. And then in a couple months, when they update their list, this box will have an assigned difficulty, but we don't know how difficult it's going to be. It could be very easy. It could be one of the harder ones. We don't know. That makes it a little bit more of a challenge. So what did I say? It's sort of, the title sort of reminds me of a game we played on the channel that we loved called Box One by Neil Patrick Harris. The actor had his hand in Box One. Box One is kind of a unique experience. I'm not sure why I didn't record a review of it, but I do recommend it, especially as a gift. It's one of those games that has a wow factor. If you are interested in Deadbolt Mystery Society games, I did post, we have played through 10 of them, 10 or 11 of them on the channel. Full live streams, and then we talk about them, of course. And then I posted 2 roundup reviews of 5 games each where I recommend them. If you think you might want to buy this, subscribe it, play it, you could stop watching once we get started and come back and watch it when you finish. Okay. Let's open it up and see what we've got. Do we have, this would be a good time. Is there anyone in the channel who hasn't joined us? These are one of these odd questions, not odd, awkward questions that people don't like. Like if you're sitting in the back row of the classroom, you don't want the teacher to ask you questions like that. That's why you're sitting in the back, right? You're sitting in the back because you don't want to get asked questions by the teacher. So the teacher should not be calling on people in the back. They should let them sit in the back and relax. Elaine says, I'm a long-time DMS subscriber and received my Admit 1 box yesterday. I've started working on it, but haven't gotten very far with it yet. Okay. All right. So don't give away anything, and you might want to skip this video if it starts to get into spoiler territory for you. What was I saying? All right, let's open it up. Macon O'Leary says, I started watching your playthrough of Merivale Manor and was so gripped by the initial setup that I actually did stop the video and go out and buy it. That's what I like to hear. That's the way you should. Deadbolt Mystery Society is harder to do that with because it's harder to order just the one box, or expensive. But this is exactly what Macon did, is exactly what you should do. If you start watching one of our playthroughs and you're like, this game seems cool, but I would get more out of it if I played it myself or with my own group. Then stop watching the video, go buy it, play it, then you can come back and watch. You can't do it in the other order, right? You can't watch our playthrough and then play it, but you absolutely could play it and then watch our playthrough and see how, relive it and see how we did differently. So that would be the recommended order. Okay, let's open up this Deadbolt box and see what we've got. So this actually came outside the box when it arrived. Let's see what we've got. So this was not in the box. So when I buy these used, this is the first game I haven't bought used. So I guess this is a subscriber letter. So you can see this is the box from July 2023. This is obviously some movie-themed games, so some extra little silly puzzles. And then let's read this, because this is new to me. Solve mysteries, possibly win prizes. It says, Think of this as a fun post-game activity that requires you to answer trivia questions about the monthly box. Those who complete this questionnaire correctly will have their names entered into drawings for money and prizes. Each month, the prizes will change. This questionnaire will be live for 4 weeks once the monthly mysteries ship. Scan the above code to complete the questionnaire. Okay, so this is what I was being told, maybe by Elaine, one of the subscribers. This is new to me. So this is going to be questions about this box that we've played right after we play it. Well, and here are answers to these. So this is going to be where we're going to rank the difficulty, and it looks like they're trying to encourage that by having contests. That's a clever idea. So when we finish this box, we will go and do this. All right, so we've got a little card. This was actually not in the box either. This might be related to this case or not. I don't know. All right, everything in a little plastic bag. All right, so we've got some cardboard little lanyard thing, like if you were going to well, VIP pass. Between the Static, admit 1. Ticket number. Be sure to check out the official Between the Static website before the premiere. Okay. So Deadbolt Mystery Society is all about QR codes. You scanning a QR code to open encrypted PDFs to put in your answers. Okay, so here is the collector's card. We tend not to read these because they sometimes give away some information, but this is one of the gimmicks of Deadbolt Mystery Society. Some people love collecting these cards for each game. We'll just put that aside. All right, so here's our rules of how to play. We've played a bunch of these, so we don't really need to read these, but basically it says solve everything before you try to go to the end. Use the QR codes. Most of the ways that you put in answers, a little unusual for these kinds of games, but rather than a dedicated website, it's an encrypted PDF. You put the password in. There are hints. There is a group you could get help with, and then reminding us that puzzles go together. All right, so let's start with the beginning brief. Okay. You are a detective with the Will Street Detective Agency. The WSDA is based out of Valley Falls and has helped law enforcement and private citizens solve many confounding mysteries in the Thornmire County area over the years. A mysterious envelope with no return address shows up in your work mailbox. As a detective, you're no stranger to receiving letters like this and take care when opening it. To your relief, there's no deadly poison or a severed ear inside. Tipping out the envelope's contents onto your desk, you see that you have been sent a VIP ticket for the premiere screening of Between the Static. Between the Static is a new horror film set to be released next week. The film has already gained a cult following thanks to the over-the-top promotions, and the premiere just so happens to be tomorrow evening at Cineplex 13 here in Valley Falls. While you don't know who sent the ticket, you decide not to question the gift. After all, your caseload is light and you could use a break. Besides, how often do you get the chance to meet movie stars? A relaxing night of fun is just what you need to unwind. Fast forward 24 hours. The movie premiere is everything you had imagined it would be until the body of a dead woman is discovered. At first, you think it's all a publicity stunt and nearly dismiss it as a trick, but you see the look of horror on the face of the employee who discovers the body and realize it's no stunt. Your instincts kick in immediately and you start urging the crowd to step back so you can examine the body in more detail. The body is already cooling to the touch, but just barely, indicating the girl has been dead at least a couple of hours. You point to one of the people standing around in shock and direct them to call the police as you begin to secure the crime scene. Once the police arrive, you explain what little you know as the coroner examines the body. Stepping aside to let the professionals do their work, you head over to concessions for a drink. After the police have questioned numerous people, Officer Randy Hamilton walks over to you. "Did you mention you had a VIP ticket for tonight?" he asks. Nodding, you show him your ticket. "Well, at least that's one mystery solved," Officer Hamilton says. "Your ticket number matches Casey Lancaster's extra ticket. She was an employee here at Cineplex 13. It looks like you won't get to thank her in person for the gift since she also happens to be our murder victim. Did you know the girl?" You shake your head. "I've never met her. Ticket was sent to me anonymously." "Well, I guess that makes you part of this case, whether you want it to be or not," Hamilton laughs. Closing your eyes, you let out a sigh of frustration. The question of who sent you the ticket has now been replaced with even greater questions. Why did Casey send you the ticket? Is it somehow tied to her death? And what have you gotten mixed up in? "Don't say it," you tell Hamilton sternly as he tries to suppress the grin on his face. Glad to have you helping with the case, Detective," he says, patting you on the back. "Let me fill you in on what I know." "You had to go and say it, didn't you?" You sigh. Officer Hamilton chuckles. Start by reading Officer Hamilton's thoughts on the case. Okay, so we won't need that again, I don't think. Well, I guess we might. Let's clean up a little bit. All right, so it tells us where to start. Generally, we're free to read what we want, but it wants us to start with his thoughts on the case, which I normally are right up front. I don't see them, though. So Deadbolt Mystery Society always comes with a list of contents online, so we could go and check it to see if there's something we're missing. Start by reading Officers Hamilton. I mean, we could scan there, check out the website. But where are his thoughts? Yeah, I guess this is it here. Okay, so one of the open questions with these games is in what order to go through the documents. Different groups have different styles. Sometimes we try to go through them and glance through all of them so we have an idea what they are, organize them. Sometimes we just go through them in order. But let's start with its suggestion. Start by reading Officer Hamilton's thoughts on the case. Okay, here's what he says. Casey Lancaster's body was found hidden in a cardboard display by theater employee Tinsley Freya. We found a torn note in her hand. It looks like it was meant for you. I'm attaching it with the rest of the case info. The coroner puts Casey's death at some time a little before 4 p.m. The cause of death was blunt force trauma to the head. The murder weapon was a line divider pole, like the staunch, whatever they call them, the things they use to make lines in the movie theater. Some people call them stanchions. Oh, there we go, stanchions. They're used to form lines at the ticket booth. Anyway, we found a bit of blood at the base of the pole, but no fingerprints. There are no lead suspects at this time. The only people here at that time were some of the employees and some of the celebrities. I'm marking them all as potential suspects until we can confirm what time they got there. Maybe you can check the time logs that show when the employees clocked in. As for the celebrities, maybe one of the valet will know. My guys are interviewing various people as we speak, and they'll pull anyone who might have a valuable lead so you can talk with them. We were also able to access the victim's phone. She has one of the new ones that unlock with your face. Thankfully, all the damage was to the back of the victim's head. The only things we found of note on there was some disturbing text messages and videos from a blocked number. The threatening tone of the messages leads us to believe they're from the murderer. Killer made a huge mistake by sending these. The videos sent to Casey's phone were scenes from Between the Static. These scenes were not used in any of the trailers or promotion material, which means the killer had to have access to the film at least 2 days ago when the texts were sent. That should narrow the field. We've told the crowd there's a bit of a delay, but I'd like to avoid canceling the film if possible. The blowback would be too large, and I don't really want to deal with all of that. So let's get to it and catch this killer. Okay. So let's start taking a couple of notes. We've got time of death is at 4 p.m. So one of the decisions you always have to make with these games is whether you're going to write on the material. Now, frequently in games, I do write on the material. I just figure I'm only going to play this once. It's not worth. It's better to have a better experience and write on it than get rid of it. But I've been playing the Deadbolt Mystery Society games without writing on them. It gives it a little extra challenge and makes it easier to pass them along. Okay, but I don't take detailed notes because we tend not to need them because these tend to be puzzle games that you don't have to take as much notes on compared to deductive games. But no fingerprints, so someone wearing gloves or cleaned it off. Note that at 4 p.m. it's early, so there's no audience there at 4 p.m., but we had employees and celebrities there early. I don't know why. I guess celebrity gets there a little earlier to get their seat. And then interesting details about the phone. Phone had messages from who they think is the killer 2 days ago. He video clips, so he had to have access to the movie somehow 2 days before the premiere, which we're at. It's a new phone. You have a facial unlock. I'm not sure how that's relevant to us, but it might be. I guess that means the killer could have unlocked her phone as well. Did they say why they found the phone? They also say they found a note. Oh, no, the only things we found of note. Okay, so they just found the phone. Didn't say where they found the phone, but if it was on her, the killer could have used it to look at it. And the audience is waiting to get in. Okay. Also a suggestion that we check the time logs. All right. So there's her phone. Looks like we got an audio video message we might be able to listen to. A little sticker that's probably not related to our case. I'll just put it in the box. There's the ticket, and we were told this was her ticket, right? That's what the guy tells us. He says, let me see your ticket. Matches Casey Lancaster's extra ticket. So the employee had an extra ticket, which she sent to us. So why did she must have wanted to talk to us. Okay, and here's her phone, which we can scan to see the message, which I guess is as good a place as any to start. Emmy says, it seems irresponsible to put the priority on not canceling the film preview. Everyone agrees. Well, we're in this little fictional town. They do things a little differently here. All right, we're going to try to listen to this, but that's going to require me to get my headset and do the normal thing. Sometimes there's some trouble with this, but I'm going to see if I can make it work. Okay, so let's give it a try. We're going to go to our tablet camera, scan this in. Okay, bring this a little closer here. All right, let's see if we can listen to this. All right, so let's see if what's better. Yeah, this looks a little better. Okay, so we've got, looks like 2 messages. One says, I'm coming for you, little Casey. And then, this will be you soon. Okay, that's pretty gruesome. If there are kids watching, you might not want to watch this. All right, let's see if these are 2 clips from this fictional movie. And let's see if we can both hear it. Okay, I can't hear it, but you could. Let's see if I can fix it. All right, well, unfortunately, the audio is not working for me, so I can't hear it. I can fix it offline. What does it say? Doesn't look like it's important. That's unfortunate. I actually can fix it while we're here. Let's do it. It's just ominous music. Both of them are just ominous music. It's just music. I won't worry about it. I do have the ability to fix my... have the ability to fix the audio if we think it is important. Tablet. Just background music. Okay, then I'm not going to worry about it. Unlike some other boxes, the Deadbolt Mystery Society box tend to make very minimal use of multimedia. Okay, so just scenes from the movie. The only thing that's important here is that this person had access to the movie early. So maybe someone involved in the production of the movie. All right. Maybe while we're here at the website, we'll take a look at this. We've got our ticket number. VIP pass. So the worker there had an extra VIP pass, sent it to us. Check out the website before the premiere. All right, let's try this. Let's see what this gives us. Between the static, okay, a full website. All right, that's a little unusual for Deadbolt. That's a full trailer. We'll watch that in a second. Let's take a look at the synopsis. Inspired by best-selling author Nathaniel Everwood's book, The Spark, Between the Static picks up a few years after Elias Cooper's brutal escape from the Phlegethon Asylum. No one has seen or heard from the madman since. But one day in the sleepy little town of Northwood, a group of college kids unknowingly stumble into the killer's hideout. In order to ensure no one can find him, Elias hunts down the group. Now the madman is loose again and he's missed the taste of fear and blood. Will the students figure out what's happening in time, or will Elias turn all of Northwood into his bloody playground? Okay, Elias Cooper escaped from the asylum. No one's heard from him. They stumble into his hideout. Okay. Inspired by best-selling author Nathaniel Everwood. Okay. Find the hidden message. Elias Cooper, the murderer of Phlegethon Asylum, has left you a message. Can you solve it and stay ahead of Elias, or will you become his next victim? Each column of 4 words is a clue. What word can be added to each column to create new words or phrases? The word can be added to the beginning or end of each word in that column to create new words or phrases. You'll get 4 words that form a message. Okay, so remember, this is a game, a puzzle that the producers of the movie made. Okay, so out, tower, time, wrist. Okay, watch would make sense, right? Watch out, watch tower, time watch, and wristwatch. So the first word is watch. Okay, star, trailer, ticket, magic. It's not show, magic shop, ticket, movie magic, movie star, movie trailer, movie ticket, movie magic. Okay, so movie, watch movie, side, between, to, and turn, inside, in between, into, and turn in, watch movie in. Okay, dinner, Broadway, seating, stage. We have a dinner show, a Broadway show, a show seating show. That's the part that doesn't work for show. A stage show. Seat, dinner seat, Broadway, ticket, seating, stage ticket. Is it ticket? Watch movie in ticket? Dinner ticket? No, you don't have a dinner ticket. Dinner. What do you guys think the last word is? Assignment, Broadway show, dinner show, seating, show seating, stage show. Something weird about that last word. You'll get 4 words that form a message. Well, so far we have watch movie in seat, dinner seat, Broadway seat, seating seat. No, not seat. Watch movie in. What's the last word? Theater, dinner theater, Broadway theater, theater seating, theater stage, theater. Okay, I think you're right. I think it's theater. Okay, watch movie in theater is our answer. But what do we do with that? It's just telling us to do that. Okay. Well, remember, this isn't a puzzle that's part of the game. It's a puzzle in the fake world. Okay, so unfortunately, there's a trailer here that feels like I do want to. It is going to make me want to hear it. Let me just give me a second here. Let me see if I can. Normally, I would go to break and worry about this. Let's see if I can't fix the audio here on my screen. A little unusual for me to do this. Okay, this is not gonna work. Oh, maybe it will. Okay, audio. Looks like it should work. Okay. Well, we'll try it one more time. If it doesn't work, we can always do it during break. No, it's not working. All right, well, you guys listen to it. You tell me. I see the chat says the audio is unimportant, but that sounded like that it was at the end there saying that there's a clue. Like if you hear him, you listen, you can hear him speak. Did you guys hear anything in there towards the end that sounded like maybe he was saying something? Do you want me to play it again? Well, unusual that we can't get the audio to work. Lately, I've been having good luck with it. No. Same, because I want the experience as well. I want the ominous music. Looking for clues here. that part. Did you hear anything speaking in that part? Maybe between the static is the laughter and the scream. Nothing sounded useful, says the audience. Okay. All right, so we've got a writer of this show, and then the story of this show sounds like it could be involved. We got a code message, but nothing useful to it, and there doesn't seem to be anything else useful on this website. We can't go to Carter Studios. We can't click on anything but the teaser trailer, the synopsis, and this message, which is of no use to us. Okay. Just a little bit of flavor there, perhaps. Little talk in the chat about analyzing the audio. And Rob says nothing useful. Emmy says, unless you have to do something crazy to analyze the sound and static parts. Rob says, I doubt they expect you to rip the audio and do frequency analysis. No, not in the Deadbolt Mystery Society games, at least. They don't expect you to do that kind of stuff. All right, well, let's go through this evidence in some sort of logical form. We have a big envelope that says don't open until instructed. It's in a little popcorn box, pretty clever. Case notes, a solution to not open until we're ready to solve it. Password. I'm just trying to see if there's stuff that seems natural to tackle next. I think we had a suggestion about the times. And then I guess let's do the stuff that's related to the movie theater, since that's where we are. We're in the movie theater. So it looks like there's a bunch of evidence that's related to the movie theater. So here we've got some times of movies that are playing. Okay, anything about this that seems relevant? Doesn't seem like we know how to use this yet. Got run times, names of movies, and their times. It's not a puzzle. There's no QR code. It's just information. Rating, name, runtime, and times it's playing. Okay. Our movie's not on this list. All right, no way to use that yet. What about this? Little brochure for the Cineplex 13. Summer movie mashup. June. So last month, I guess. There's a ticket number there. Otherwise, we don't know how to use it. What does it say here? Okay, little advertisement. Family night. Start the summer off right with the sequel to the hit film Summer Vacation with Summer Vacation 2, Where's the Sunscreen? Also, be sure to see the new teen sports drama Rivals, starring Ryan Pratt and Chris Gosling. While you're at it, don't miss the amazing animated film Dragon Farm. So it looks like it's telling us about some of those films we saw here. Want to travel through space this summer? The sci-fi drama Void and action-adventure film Space Path are for you. Date night. Whether you want serious romance drama or a goofy love story, we have you covered. What About Us is a story of a man and a woman who have to figure out what their future looks like when they realize they no longer know each other. But if you want something more lighthearted that will make you cry tears of laughter, I Heart is the film for you, starring Amy Lawrence, Jennifer Adams, and Bill Sandler. Okay. Fright night. Want to feel chills this summer? Check out the 3 horror films that are sure to get your heart pumping. A new breed of insects has come to the United States, and they're more deadly than you can imagine. Who will survive the murder hornets? Or if you want horror comedy, be sure to watch Who Lives on Drury Lane. Also, don't miss out on the 3rd installment in the Beast series, Beast 3, The Beast Within. Okay, so these are all information about these movies that we have here. So that's going to combine with that for some puzzle we haven't encountered yet. I'll just put these off aside. All right, What have we got here? More coming soon stuff. Well, that's strange. I guess to imagine this is on the wall, some movie posters. There's Between the Static. Who does it star? Jake Robertson, Colleen Delgucci, Delguitis, LJ Lee. He's there when the lights are out. Coming soon, Arachnid. You want to see these better? Okay, it sounds like we may need to know at some point the actors involved. Next up is Arachnid. Attack of the Spider People. Next is From Before. When all you want is for things to go back to how they were. And from the director of Dylan the Last Plutonian comes Dylan versus Mars. Comment me, bro. Okay, so again, this is not a standalone puzzle. It's material for solving some other puzzle we haven't encountered yet. All right, what about this? We've got a whole brochure here. Between the Static, made by Carter Studios. Okay, let's see if we can't get more information here about this, about the movie that was premiering. Haven't read the book? We've got you covered. Here's what you need to know. Elias Cooper snapped one day and killed 7 people. He was captured and sent to Phlegethon Asylum for the criminally insane. Phlegethon Asylum for the criminally insane. Both the name and mission mindset of the Phlegethon Asylum come from Dante's Inferno. The 7th level of hell is for the violent. It's divided into 3 rings. And those who commit violent acts against others are sent to the river Phlegethon, a river of boiling blood. Since these souls freely shed blood in life, so too in death will they be surrounded by bloodshed, paying the price of their sins for all eternity. Phlegethon Asylum uses many means to show their wards the error of their ways. One such tool is electroshock therapy. Okay, let's learn about Elias Cooper. After many sessions of electroshock therapy, something in Elias Cooper broke. Unfortunately for the staff at Phlegethon, it was not his spirit that broke, but the last vestiges of Elias's humanity. One night during an electroshock session, lightning struck Phlegethon, causing the machine Elias was connected to explode. But instead of killing him, the power surge gave Elias the power to interact with the electronics around him. With the thought, the shackles that held him to the table released, and the door barring his way opened, granting Elias his freedom and allowing him to unleash his rage on his tormentors. Lights flickered ominously, and speakers crackled with discordant static as Elias Cooper stalked the halls of Phlegethon, killing everyone in sight that night. He then disappeared without a trace until now. Remember, this is not a real story. This is the movie that we're reading about, Between the Static, based on a book. Okay. Favorite kill scene from The Spark. Jackson sat at his desk like he did every night, wiping a cloth across his face to clear the sweat away. He wondered if the AC would come back on. It had gone out when the power flickered earlier. Since the power was still on, he hoped that meant the AC wasn't blown out. He could always get up and check it himself or crack the door to the guard station, but the control panel was at the end of the hall. No, better just to wait here. No point walking all the way down there just to get even sweatier. So Jackson opened the door, letting in air that was only marginally cooler. He sighed as he turned the magazine page, waiting for the radio sports program to come back on. The screech of old hinges echoed down the long hallway. Glancing up, Jackson saw one of the doors swing shut, but no one was around. The light by the door began to flicker. Seeing nothing that needed his attention, Jackson returned to his magazine. Buzzing sounds started and grew louder from the lights in the hall. Standing up, Jackson threw the magazine down on the desk and looked down the hall. Half of the lights were out already. As he watched, another light flickered fitfully before dying with a hiss. One by one, all the lights blew until all that was left was the light in the guard station. This wasn't natural. Jackson's sense of danger had dulled over the years since he was let go from the police force nearly a decade ago. But something in that hallway made it come screaming back. Something was out there. Fumbling with his flashlight, Jackson flicked it on, only to blind himself with the light reflecting off the glass window of the guard station. Cursing the light, he put the flashlight directly against the glass as he blinked away the spots in his vision. The light revealed only an empty hallway. Just as his heart rate started to lower, a loud screech and hiss blared out from behind him. Dropping the flashlight, Jackson spun around. The radio was crackling and popping like it was frying in hot oil. Cursing at the stupid machine, Jackson reached out to turn it off when the light above his head, the last light, started to flicker. At the same time, the radio went dead. In the silence, Jackson noticed something he didn't before. There was no sound, not just from the radio, but anywhere. Even at this time of night, there should have been some noise from other parts of the asylum, but now there was nothing. With a pop and a screech, the radio turned back on, but it wasn't the ball game Jackson heard. "Hello, Jackson. Do you remember me? When they brought me in, you told me to enjoy my stay, and then you laughed at your own joke. You laughed at me. Do you remember, Jackson? I do. I remember quite well." Jackson broke out in a sweat that had nothing to do with the heat. He couldn't swallow past the dry lump in his throat, and his hands felt numb and clumsy as he grabbed the walkie-talkie. "Can anyone hear me? Someone pick up. Hello?" Jackson screamed. Silence. Then a quiet, menacing voice from the handheld radio pressed to Jackson's ear. "No one can hear you, Jackson. There's no one to save you." The walkie-talkie fell from Jackson's cold, numb hand as the light flickered again. A light breeze of air caressed Jackson's neck, but it was not cool air. It was hot and wet like a shallow breath. The lights went out. "This is the end for you." Pain lanced through Jackson as a scalpel was repeatedly stabbed into his back. He tried to crawl away, but the blade plunged down again and again. Soon Jackson's struggles ceased. The lights returned to reveal an empty guard station, save for the body growing cold on the ground. Okay, so that's the best scene in the movie. Pretty scary. Here are some characters. Elias Cooper is played by Jake Robertson. Katie Rains, David Trent, Cynthia Williams, and these are the actors. Okay, and we recognize some of these actors' names as being in the movie posters. Jake Robertson is playing our killer. Maybe he's a method actor and he's gone crazy with this. Okay, so someone's alerting me. Jesse, check. There's writing between the stripes at the bottom of the pages. You're right. There is writing at the bottom of the pages. Can you guys see that? Okay, let's see. So here's the page, and you can see there's little horizontal lines, and people are pointing out that you can actually read words here. It's a little hard to see, but if you sort of blur your eyes, you can see this one says "call me." Maybe we'll write these down. It says "call me." The next one says "at 800." I think that says 800. Call me at 800. Actually, you can see it better on the screen than I can see it. 1-800-555 3349. You can actually see it very well on the screen, a lot better than you can see it in real life. This is what it looks like in real life. Maybe you can see that a little better. It almost looks like there's some text up at the top too. I'm not sure that's actually text for us, though. Maybe it is, though. Actually, there's words in the top ones, too. This is a different page, has some words. Those sort of look generic, though. I think it's probably only the words at the bottom. Okay, so we've got a phone number. Yeah, and then it's returning to the generic text, not real words. Okay, so we've got a phone number. That's not going to be a real phone number that you call. It's going to be an answer to a puzzle or something. But let's see what's at the back of this page. Carter Studios. Thank you to Carter Studios for choosing the Valley Falls Cineplex 13 to host their premiere of Between the Static. Thank you to our sponsors, Deadbolt Escape Rooms, the Crystal Tavern, and King's Court Technologies. Please review us at My Movie Center and tell us how much you love the film. Be sure to check out what other films our talented cast has been in. Go to Movie Center Between the Static or scan the code below. All right. Well, let's do that and see what it wants. What is it asking for? A lot more use of website than I'm used to with Deadbolt Mystery Society. Okay, so here's their movie, Between the Static, directed by Scott Rainfield. Did we already know that? Did we already know it was directed by Scott Rainfield? I don't think we did. Let's just write that down since I don't see it on anything, any other documents yet. The director could be involved. Okay, so we can rate it. Does this actually work? No, you can't actually click on it. Okay, but here's the cast members. Can you click on them to get more information? Wow, okay, this is more use of a website than I'm used to with Deadbolt Mystery Society. So you can click on each of the actors, a whole bunch of them. Let's click on the one that's playing the bad guy here. Jake Robertson. Previous films, Death Knight, The Summoner, Tacos Wars, The Killer Within, Shadows, End Flight. Here's his biography. Here he is, by the way. Maybe we'll return to this when we get more information. Okay. Jake Robertson has because, okay, a little typo there, has become a fan favorite in indie horror films. Whether he's playing the killer or the protagonist, Jake steals every scene he is in. Okay. Colleen Del Guici. Why do I want to say Del Guici, but it's Del Guici. Yeah, Del Guici. Okay, there's Colleen. Okay. Colleen Del Guici brings an ethereal beauty and grace to every character she's portrayed. The serious young starlet has a wide acting range. She has yet to be in a role that she doesn't completely dominate and elevate every film she's been in. Okay, so probably these previous films are going to be relevant for us. So maybe we won't bother. We'll return to this. We'll bookmark it. We'll bookmark it. We'll come back to it when we know more about these people. Okay, so let's go back. Oops. Was there other stuff on that page? Somehow I lost it. Let's go back. Cast members. Okay, that's it. It's just a list of cast members, nothing else to do. Okay, and we don't know what to do with that phone number that he wants us to call him at, but we do have information about the cast members. All right. Interesting. And Tina says it is 1-800. That means it's a toll-free call. You're right. Okay. Well, maybe you guys could call it on your own, but I'll call it when we come back. All right, so we're going to take our 8-minute break here. We'll come back. We'll call that number. Maybe I'll be able to get my audio fixed. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. We're playing Admit 1, the latest box from Deadbolt Mystery Society. I've got my phone. We're going to call the phone number that we saw at the bottom here. Now remember, this shouldn't be a message from the killer. It should be a message as part of the promotional material from Carter Studios, but still could be relevant for us. Okay, so let's give it a call. So it was 1-800-555-3349. Let's give this a call and listen to it together.
Hello, and thank you for calling. To help us better service your needs, please listen closely to the following special offers available to you. Are you looking for affordable TV or internet at the lowest prices with no annual contracts? Press 1 to get the best packages available for you and your family. Looking to book your next dream vacation or trip? Press 2 for cheap flights, airline tickets, and airfare deals. Would you like to book a beautiful hotel room at a fraction of the normal price? Press 3 to get a great deal on your next hotel reservation.
What is this?
For all other calls, press pound.
Is this real or is this
No input so far. Are you looking for affordable TV or internet at the lowest prices
That was
with
weird.
no annual contracts? Press 1 to get the best packages.
Maybe we're
available
going to get
for
more
you and your
information
family.
about this later.
Looking to book your next dream vacation?
Okay, that was pretty creepy. That was pretty creepy. There was some weirdness at the end of that where it said nothing's pressed so far. Let's dial that again. 55534. Sorry, 3. Maybe I typed in the wrong number. 3349. Was that really the number? 3349, yeah.
Hello, thank you for calling. To help us better service your needs, please listen closely to the following special offers available to you. Are you looking for affordable TV or internet at the lowest prices with no annual contracts? Press 1 to get the best packages available for you and your family. Looking to book your next dream vacation or trip? Press 2 for cheap flights, airline tickets, and airfare deals. Would you like to book a beautiful hotel room at a fraction of the normal price? Press 3 to get a great deal on your next hotel reservation. For all other calls, press pound. No input so far. Are you looking for affordable TV or internet at the lowest prices with no annual contracts? Press 1 to get the best packages. Hello. Please listen carefully as the number you've dialed may have changed. Calls are recorded for quality assurance. Press 1 now to continue in English. To disconnect, press 2.
What's happening here?
Your call is very important to us. Please stay on the line and you'll be transferred to the next available agent. Your call is very important to us. Please stay on the line and you'll be transferred to the next available agent.
Have I dialed a real number? This is bizarre. Emmy says this doesn't sound right. All right, well, let's hang up for now. What is going on? What happened? What was that about? All right, well, we could have pressed 1 for TV or travel, so maybe it's going to come up later. But boy, that's weird. Okay, we'll make sense of it later. Let's proceed with our going through our evidence. All right, what about this? Looks promising. Case notes. That's normally when the channel tells me I dialed the wrong numbers. But call me at 1. It's hard to read for me, but it's hard for me to read in real life, but on the screen it was easier. That's clearly 1-800-555 3349, which is what I called, I believe. Let's hope we don't get a call back. That's going to be scary. All right, let's leave that aside for now. There's no need for us to resolve it yet. We won't forget it. Okay, case notes. Potential suspects list. There's the employees, and here are actors from this movie who are on scene for the premiere. Objectives. Figure out who is at the theater before 4 p.m. You can talk to the valet, check clock-in times, who had early access to the film. Find out why Casey wanted you there. What additional information does that provide? And then here's the note. Detective, I need your help. Please meet me in the theater. Once you are there, something, head to row something, then sit in seat something. I will meet you. Everything something. And here's our girl that got killed who was trying to get our help. Casey Lancaster. Poor Casey. This is unusual. We don't normally get a document like this. It's kind of nice. Like you could write on it and help you checklist stuff. It's giving you some guidance. And then here are some interviews with some people of interest. Let's see. We've got some interviews with some employees. I guess it's time to go through these now. Let's see what they say. Roy Porter, Cineplex 13 employee and the assistant manager. I can't believe Casey's dead. I saw her earlier today. She came in early because she was excited about the premiere. Now that I think about it, I realize I haven't seen her in a while, but that's normal for Casey. She disappears sometimes. Honestly, things have been so chaotic and busy with this premiere, couldn't accurately tell you when everyone arrived. The work logs would show when the employee arrived, but only my manager has access to that, and she's currently at the hospital having a baby, so I doubt you can get in touch with her anytime soon. You're more than welcome to try and log on to her computer if you want. The film actually came in a few days ago. We stored it in the projector room like we normally do. There should be information on the computer about who has projection room clearance. I'll go ahead and tell you that I have clearance and was the first one here, but I didn't kill Casey. Okay, so he's telling us that the manager who has access has a computer password. We are allowed to try to log in if we can try to figure it out. And then Roy Porter says, he tells us who could have seen the film footage early. He says it's in the projector room. And he says, well, I can admit right now I have access to the projector room. But we don't know who else. Okay, next up is this looker here, Ella Jarvis, one of the actors. Okay, where's our list of actors in this thing? Ella Jarvis, there she is. She plays Cynthia Williams. Okay, so here's her interview. Then we'll look at her bio. I'm not sure who all has access to the film. I know I didn't, but I know you also can't just take me at my word. Scott Rainfield, our director, would know for sure. There are just two problems. One, he isn't here. Scott is superstitious. He never attends a premiere of a movie he's directed. Apparently, the first few films he directed were not well received by critics. I think it was his fourth or fifth film premiere when he got sick and couldn't make it. Just so happens that the film got glowing reviews, so now he doesn't attend premieres. The other problem is no one here has Scott's number. I know it's weird, but he got the idea from an article he read about Bill Murray. There's an 800 number you can call to get in touch with him, but I don't know it. This is the secret number. There's going to be a secret code to trigger it. Supposedly, it can be found hidden in the printed material for movie scene directed. Okay, so this is cool. So the number we got is for the director. It's his secret number, and we got it right. We called it, but we need to know how to trigger it to get through to him. So we need a little more information for that. That's why that was a little off. All right, that was pretty clever. Next person is Agnes Hurd. She's an employee. Oh, before we read about Agnes, let's go read about Ella online. Ella Jarvis. There she is. Okay. She's got a little bit of touch up, a little bit of Photoshop going on with her photo here. She's best at what she does, and that is playing a moody, sarcastic goth girl. Her quick wit and sharp tongue make her roles that's a little bit of a grammar thing. Her quick wit and sharp tongue make her roles iconic and quotable in all her films. I'm not sure what that really should have said. Okay, Between the Static, Night Terrors the Lake, and End Fight. Ella Jarvis. Okay. All right. Option 4 on the menu. The film that got good reviews. You think that's his fourth or fifth film he got good reviews? Okay, well maybe that's an idea. I'm just gonna make a note. See Ella Jarvis interview. Okay, we'll worry about it in a bit. And why? Let's see. Let's remember what she's telling us that he knows about. He would know for sure. He knows who had access to the film. So in other words, some employees had access, and then some people involved in making the movie had access, and the director will know. That's why we want to get through to him. All right, let's see. Let's read about Agnes. I wouldn't say Casey and I were close friends. We got along well, but we didn't hang out outside of work. And while she was here, she mostly kept to herself. During breaks, she'd sneak off somewhere. She wasn't in the break room or the bathroom, and I never saw her outside during any of my smoke breaks. I think she had a secret spot in the theater. I have no clue where that would be, but I did hear Casey mention that the third and fifth movies she watched last week reminded her of her special spot. Don't know what movies she was talking about. If you find out, mention them to me. I've worked here the longest and might have an idea what the reference is. Okay. Rather than writing here, I'm going to make a little note here. So Casey has a secret spot, and she says the third and fifth movie reminded her. Okay, but we don't know what movies she saw. Either does Agnes. Next up, Gina Torrento. Gina Torrento, another employee of the movie theater, says, Casey was a big fan of the book The Spark. She was really looking forward to this movie, which kind of surprised me, because she used to date LJ. I figured she'd have issues with the film because of that, but I guess her love for the movie was greater. Casey didn't talk often, but when she did, she could talk for days about the things she was interested in. She was a big fan of horror and sci-fi. Tried to get her to watch a rom-com with me, but that isn't, or wasn't, her jam. She was strictly a horror and sci-fi girl. Guess she knew what she liked. It feels weird talking about someone in the past tense. Okay, so more clues about what movie she might have seen. The third and fifth movies she watched last week. So if we looked at our schedule, we know she hates rom-coms, only sci-fi and horror. So this might be like a real world puzzle when you want to go see multiple movies. Like, which 3 would you have? Well, she saw 5. So did she see them all? Like, she likes sci-fi and she likes horror, so she could have seen sci-fi, Void, Beast, Murder, Hornets. We could figure out how she could have seen 5 in a row. Then we would know her favorite spots, but let's worry about that later. Okay, let's continue our interviews for now. Here's another actor, Reuben Hart. There's Reuben with a serious mustache. Reuben says, I knew Casey a bit. She actually came to some of the filming. I think she was an extra in some shots. Apparently, she used to date L.J. Lee. They were together for a while, from what I gathered, but they broke up several months back. That was right before they started filming for Between the Static, which is a little weird now that I think about it. I guess she's friends with some of the others. This is my first time working with this group of actors, and I don't know much. LJ, Matt, Ella, Colleen, Arelina, and Chance are all friends and have worked together before. They're a pretty close-knit group. Okay, so now we're learning Casey is sort of involved with these actors. She used to date one of them, but knows all the others. This is the outsider, Reuben. Let's go check out Reuben's information here. He played Deputy Franks. Previous films: Zombie Cop, Billy and Nightmare Squad, Wolfman Unchained, Minibow. Reuben Hart creates the perfect blend of seriousness and comedy with every character he's played. His portrayal of Billy in Wolfman Unchained is in large part responsible for the film becoming a cult classic. Okay. Next up, another employee of the Cineplex 13, Jason Waters. All right. Don't know much about Casey. I didn't notice anything strange in her behavior. Only thing stands out to me is she came in and watched some films last week on her day off. It stands out because she watched 5 films in one day. I have no clue what she watched, and since she works here, she's able to just go into any theater without a ticket so long as there's a free seat. I remember she showed up at 10:30 a.m. Took a couple minutes to grab a drink and popcorn, then went to one of the theaters to start watching a movie. Saw her a few times in between films getting refills and heading to the bathroom, but I don't know what times those were. She finished the last film and was gone before 11. Okay, so more clues about figuring out what films she saw. So 10:30 plus. 10:30 she took a couple minutes, so 10:35 was her first movie or so. 10:31 first movie around, and then she's gone before 11. Okay, so 5 movies. We could use these and do a little constraint satisfaction and figure out which 5 she saw in which order, right? 10:30 a.m. her first movie. So she doesn't like comedy. She didn't see this one. This one would be a half-hour wait, so no. The Void had already started. Beast 3, too big a wait. Murder Hornets, there's a candidate. That's a 10-minute wait. Rivals. Is Rivals are sci-fi? I don't think so. So this one already started. So it looks like it's going to be Murder Hornets is going to be our first movie. Let's see. What are our 5 movies? 1, 2, 3, 4. Is this going to be a horror movie? Who Lives on Drury Lane? It's an interesting question because I think we know the answer to it based on someone else also being in it. But I think that was mentioned. So, but I think it is Drury Lane, but you could correct me on that. So we could mark which ones because some of these we're not 100% sure. Void sure sounds like a sci-fi movie, but you might not be sure of it. But I think those are our 5. Space, Void, Beast, Murder, and Drury Lane. We do have film descriptions. Where were they? Oh, in here. Yes, you're right. Okay, so Fright Night was Drury Lane. So those are our 3 horror films, and Void and Space Path are our 2 space. Okay, so we know which 5. So we know our first movie had to be Murder Hornets. Murder Hornets is number 1. Okay, 1 hour and 50 minutes. Okay, so that ended at 11:30. Sorry, 12:30. So that ends at 12:30. Okay, and what movie did she see next? Not The Beast, that's too long. There's a good candidate. That one had already started. That one, she have to wait too long. So her next movie is going to be Who Lives on Drury Lane. Okay. So she sees it at 12:45. It's 2 hours and 10 minutes. So she gets out at 2:55. This is a little bit unrealistic because if you see movies, you know there's a half hour of trailers. So that's what Emmy was asking in the chat. Does she care about trailers? And what about the 2 hour delay of trailers? We're going to assume in this theater that they're not worried about, that there are no trailers and stuff, and movies start on time. Okay, so Drury Lane ends at 2:55. That's a long movie. What does she see next? She's seen Hornets. She's seen Who Lives on Drury. What about this one? No, that movie's already started. Space Path? No, too long a wait, already started. The Void? That's her best bet. She still has to wait 15 minutes, but reasonable. So her third movie, I think, is Void at 3:10. That goes on till 5:05. Okay, what's next? She's got only 2 movies left to watch. She's got a 15-minute wait for Space Path and a 5-minute wait for Beast 3. So surely she's going to go see Beast 3. We'll put that down, but if it doesn't work, we'll undo it. Beast 3, if she sees that at 5:10, then she's finished at 7:40. That doesn't work because at 7:40 she sees this movie and it doesn't end until too late, right? Because she's done before 11. So did we do something wrong here? What if she sees this at 5:20? Did we make a mistake somewhere? Yes, we must have made a mistake somewhere. I don't think so, though. These are all very tight. Well, let me run it through. She sees the Beast at 5:10. That finishes at 7:40. That's a problem. So this is kind of fun because it means she must have planned more carefully than we're planning to not have such a layover. So one of these must have been assumed wrong, but let's just write it down and just work it out. So if she sees the Beast 3, she's done by 7:40, and then she has to wait around for 50 minutes, which is going to cause a problem. Because then she would see Space Path at 8:30, which would go until 11:10. 10, right? 10, 30, 11, 10. Okay, so we know that this sequence is wrong. And we know the problem had to be before here, because if she had gone to this movie at 5:20, she'd be out by 8. Oh, wait, that works though, doesn't it? 5:20. She's out by 8. Then she sees this at 8:10. And then she's out by 10:40. Okay, so that's fine. So she sees Space Path first, which is a little bit of a longer delay for her, but it works out better for the next showing. So she sees Space Path. She at 5:20. She's out by 8:10. Then she sees Beast 3 at 8:10, and she's out by 10:40. Okay, so she's smart. There we go. All right, so we know the 5 movies she saw. Murder Hornets, then Drury Lane, then Void, then Space Path, then Beast. How do we use that information? We don't know yet. This is a good example of why Deadbolt Mystery Society puzzle games just feel well balanced. Like, there could be we could have had to go through lots of combinations, but they're basically just saying, look, if you understand the logic of how to solve this, we're going to let you answer the first 3 easily, and then we're just going to give you one little twist at the end to make sure you know what you're doing. All right, we'll put that aside for now, though. We know her movies. Next up is Tinsley. Now, Tinsley looks like she's got a bit of an attitude. But then, these are teenagers working at the movie theater. You can excuse them for having a bit of an attitude. Let's see what Tinsley Freya says. I still can't get the image out of my head of Casey's body just lying there. When the display wouldn't move, I thought there was a weight or something inside it to keep it stable. Even when I saw it was a person, it didn't click, and she was dead until I saw the back of her head. It felt like there wasn't enough air in my lungs to scream as much as I wanted. That'll be a nice story she has to tell to her friends. Next up is an actor that was dating our Casey. Here's L.J. Lee. Yep, I knew Casey, her name is. We were together for about 2 years. We broke up a while back. She wasn't the right fit for me, so I had to let her go. But she still hangs around me. I guess it's hard to let all of this go. I know how it goes. Ex-boyfriend makes a great suspect, but I'll tell you, I didn't kill Casey. Why would I? You said the killer had access to the film, right? Well, there you go. Can't be me. I didn't have access to the film or even see the finished work, so it can't be me. All right, well, he claims he didn't have access. Let's go check him out on this list here. L.J. Lee. Here he is. We got a different photo of him. He's rocking the nose earring stud, just like Bianca Fuchsman. L.J. Lee, current film Between the Static, Night Terrors of the Lake. Okay. Mini bio. L.J. Lee is an intense method actor. He takes every role seriously and goes all out for emotional scenes. There's much depth to this young man, and directions have yet to tap his full potential. Okay, directors. I was asked in the beginning, would they make changes? It wouldn't be surprising if they didn't tweak up some typos on the websites as they got reports in. These are more mistakes than we've seen in our previous playthroughs. Okay. L.J. Lee. Don't know why we need access to that. And then these are just some interviews with some people. Not an interview with everyone in the movie. But maybe... So the main thing we got from that is the movies that Casey saw. I'll put another little marker here next to information about this. Agnes was the one who said, come back to me when you know what movies she saw, because, let's remember this. Okay. Agnes says the third and fifth movies reminded her of her special spot. So the third and fifth movies were The Void and Beast 3. So somehow The Void and Beast 3 reminded her of her special spot. Okay. So, and we know whose phone number this is. We know it's the director. We don't have the director on this page, do we? No. All right. Well, we're not going to call that phone number again until we have a little better of a clue. All right. So we read interviews of some of these people. Let's see who we didn't see an interview of. Matt Lyons. Okay. People all look a little weird, but I guess that's what the youth of today look like. Surf Subtrack. Matt Lyons plays a carefree frat boy like nobody else. And that's about all that can be said of Matt's acting skills. Really? That's what you put on your movie site? Your official site? When his agent sees this, they're not going to be happy. All right, how about Aurelina? Okay, there's Aurelina looking a bit moody. Photo taken during the rain. Aurelina Caraballo. Aurelina Caraballo made a name for herself in her debut film, Hannah. A few years later, Aurelina cemented her reputation as a serious actor with her role as Emily in The Lake. We've got her previous films. Maybe we're going to find out, maybe these previous films are going to be important for us. All right, Kieran Dotson. Okay. He was also in End Flight. Kieran Dotson is a full-time singer and part-time actor. Kieran brings an intensity to all of the roles he's played, which is rare for a part-time actor. All right, and we already looked up Ruben. Now, who are these people here, and why are they listed down below? Well, I guess they're all broken up into groups of 4. Okay. Billy Lyons, who's related to Matt Lyons, maybe? Let's see. Well, she looks straight out of an Alfred Hitchcock movie. Maybe Rope. She's also got a nose ring. New to acting, Billy Lyons will be performing in the much anticipated film Between the Static. Okay. And then Chance Wright. Looks like he's playing a victim. Can't quite tell what he's got in his hands here. He was also in The Lake. Few actors can become as memorable with some little screen time as Chance Wright. With a background in Broadway theater, it's no wonder Chance is able to pack so much personality into every second he's in a scene. Okay. So those are our performers. All right. Let's see what else we've got. We've actually almost gone through all of the information here. Okay. Let's take a look. All of our initial first cards. Okay, this thing says action. What does that mean? Narrow down suspects. Give the first name and initials of the people you believe to be suspects. Use alphabetical order based on last names. Call director Scott Rainfield. Learn more about Casey and talk to Agnes. So, we've not seen this before. These are things we can do all on one sheet. That's very interesting. So we can, when we're ready to narrow down the suspects, we could do this. First and last initials of the people you believe to be suspects. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. So it thinks This is saying we should have 6 suspects when we want to do that. This is probably an alternative way to do that phone call that we can make. If the phone line gets disconnected, it seems like you could do this instead. That's my guess. Learn more about Casey and talk to Agnes. Okay, so that's important because if you'll remember, Agnes was the one who said, what's happening here? Agnes said, come back and talk to me when you find out what movies she saw, because then maybe I can help you figure out where her special spot is. So we are actually ready to do this. Give the first word from the 2 movie titles. All right, so we can do this. We're ready to do this. So we might go do this sooner rather than later, but we still have, and then this is the password. Remember, we were told that the manager of the theater is in the hospital. Not just in the hospital. We're told why she was there, right? She says she's having a baby. So her password hints are coming soon, the blank people, and Mars blank me. I was thinking it was coming soon was the baby, but here's our coming soon list. So it sounds like she used movies coming soon as part of her password. The blank people, the spider people, and Mars question me. Mars question me. Well, we know it's this movie she's talking about, but what does she mean? Mars question me. Could she mean comet me? Or Mars versus me? This is Dylan versus Mars, Mars versus me. So this is going to be the spider people and Mars something me. Either Mars versus me or Mars comet me. Okay, so we probably know how to get into her computer as well. Everyone thinks it's comet. Interesting. Well, it's one of those 2. All right, so password is actually very useful. It's going to tell us which employees had access to the projector room, which might help us narrow down our suspects from employees. We need to talk to the director before we can narrow down which movie people we suspect. We don't quite know yet that. And then this is for the solution. And then this will be after we get access to it. All right, so we've got one more document that we haven't looked at. Let's take a look at that before we continue. Bradley Hurd. Who is Bradley Hurd? He's going to be an employee, obviously. Let's see what he says. But first, the chat wants me to look at something. Check the comments about the director's phone that maybe it's the password. Okay, maybe the number is just the password for the PDF and not something you're supposed to call. It's possible. It's certainly possible. That's a good point. Well, Nicholas says that's what it is. So when Nicholas says something is probably the solution to a puzzle, it almost always is. Okay, but that phone call sounded real. I mean, it sounded like part of the game. So, but you're right. We could scan that. If it wants a password, it's going to be his phone number. All right, let's first read this, though. All right. Here's what Bradley says. I've been stuck outside ever since the celebrities started arriving. I'm on parking valet duty, but I do get to drive the... Do I get to drive the cars? No, they hired a professional service to handle that because of something to do with insurance. So what do I do instead? I watch the keys. Yep, my job is pretty glamorous, right? People hand me the keys and I give them to the drivers. Then the drivers give them back to me. So exciting. You need to know who all was here before 4 p.m.? Well, I was on my phone scrolling through social media most of the time. I remember 6 people had shown up at that point. Some guy from a vampire movie about surfing. Then there was the girl from the movie called Killer Ego. I remember because people's heads blow up in that one. Then there was the guy in the movie No Time and another guy in a movie about zombie police. Oh, there's also an actor from a movie about a Grim Reaper who works as a repairman during the day. And then there was one more. It had something to do with a queen or something. Okay, so these are all our bios from that website. So he's the valet. So he's not telling us about employees who were there. He's telling us about the movie stars who were there. All right. And who got there before 4 p.m. So let us make our notes here. In fact, maybe we don't even need to make notes. We're just going to put this side by side and solve it. Okay. So he says, there's a guy from a vampire movie. Okay, I remember that. Which one was in the vampire movie? Well, this guy was in Zombie Cop. Okay. Another guy in a movie about zombie police. So the Zombie Cop movie is going to be Reuben Hart. All right. Who's next? Kieran was in... No. Orlina. I'm looking for the Dracula one. I think maybe it was one of our surfers. Surf's Up Drac. Okay. Vampire movie about surfing. Okay, so vampire surfing is Matt Lyons. Okay, Killer Ego. A girl from a movie called Killer Ego. Let's look at our girls here. How about Colleen? Colleen, were you in a movie called Killer Ego? No, you weren't. Okay, how about Ella? How about Orlina? Killer Ego. Orlina was in Killer Ego. So the Killer Ego girl is Orlina. Then there was the guy in the movie No Time. Okay, who's our guy in No Time? Not LJ Lee. That was Kieran. Okay, vampire movie 1. The girl from Ego 2. The guy from No Time is 3. A guy from the movie Zombie Police is 4. An actor from a movie about a Grim Reaper, and then Queen. Grim Reaper, and then something to do with Queen. Okay, who is our An actor from a movie about a Grim Reaper. Could be a girl or a guy. Well, here's Dracula's Queen, so I think this is going to be Colleen, the last one. And who is our Grim Reaper person? The Reaper Man, L.J. Lee. Okay. So we've got our 6 actors who were there before 4 p.m. that valeted in, which probably is our full set of 6. That's probably all we need to know for that. All right, so if you think about what you want to do next, what have we not? We've solved the movie stuff. We solved Bradley's stuff. We can put that aside. The phone, we've got that. So we've figured out most of that stuff. So I'm making a pile of the stuff that we don't need to access anymore because we had it. We've got Casey's ID in case we need it. We don't know what her final, what this part says, but we know we need to find her. This seems like this could be her secret spot. It's a certain row. Okay, so if you think about what we want to do next, it's from this set, it looks like. We can scan this director, which probably just wants our phone number that we have, so we can probably do this. We know what movies that Casey saw, so we can do this. We're not ready to do this, although we think we have 6 people. No, we're not ready to do that, but we are ready to do this. And the password will tell us what cinema employees had access and something else that she knew, I think. Yeah, we had some other information about her password. Access to the projection room. Maybe something else, I can't remember. Okay, so we're going to take a break soon, but what do you think you want to do first? Do you want to call the director, talk to Agnes about Casey, or get into the password protected manager's office? Let's have a vote. Type vote and then what you want to do. Where's my better screen for this? There you go. Three actions. Call the director, find out the secret spot, or break into the password protected manager's office. Emmy says computer. Rob says vote the director. Doesn't seem like we really need a vote for this, does it? 2 votes for director. Okay, well, let's just do that then. That's enough to do it for us. All right, so we're going to call the director. Let's see if this just wants the password to the phone, and calling that phone number was all for nothing. That was weird. It's just you would think they would have thought about that. Okay. All right, so it looks like you guys were probably right. That you can see from what it says here, the password is numerals only. So it sure looks like it wants the numerals from the phone number, and we weren't supposed to actually try calling it. That's weird. Okay, so 1-800 1-800-555-3349. So we're imagining virtually that we're calling it. And here it is. You call the number, and after a few rings, you get an answer. This is Scott Rainfield. What can I do for you? You explain you're working with the police in an investigation and what you need from him. So you just need to know which actors had access to film footage. Let's see. That would be Jake, LJ, Chance, Colleen, Kieran, and Earlina, I believe. Let me know if there's anything else I can do to help. Okay, so normally what we do here is we save this without protection so we can access it again. All right, so we know the 6 that arrived before 4, and now we're looking for an overlap, right? So he tells us, he tells us the people had access. Jake, LJ, Chance, Colleen, Kieran, and Oralina. Okay, so now we're looking for people on both lists, right? So LJ was there before 4 and had access. Kieran was there before 4 and had access. Oralina was there before 4 and had access. Colleen was there before 4 and had access. Chance was not, and Jake was not. So these people we can take off our list. And only these 4 are potential suspects for us. So Matt is off the hook. Ruben is off the hook. Okay, so we've got our 4 numbers. Chat says 4 people. Chat says Deadbolt has a side gig with vacation packages. Who knows how many people press number 2? Emmy says we'll do the same with the employees once we have the login and access the manager's computers. I think that's for regular numbers, not 1-800. Isn't 555 the area code supposed to be unassigned? That's why it's used in movies. Both people are right, and Tina's right. That's for regular numbers and not 1-800. Yeah, 1-800 it looks like is using the 555, or there's something else weird going on. Okay, that's that puzzle solved. Now let's try to log in. Well, I guess, I guess we should not take breaks. We take 8-minute breaks every hour. It's quite a bit of break time that we take here, but that's okay. But we shouldn't break before the hour's up. Let's do this one. Let's enter her password. Try to get into her computer. Okay. Here we go. Oops, I didn't show you that. Okay. This is weird. This is not a PDF the way you would expect. It's asking for our password. Okay. So we think this is, it's weird that it's not a PDF password. Almost everything is spider. And then you think it's Comet, huh? Not versus. Okay, so we're going to put in that the second word is Comet, C-O-M-E-T. All one word, no spaces. Let's see what happens. Yep, that was it. So it's an actual website created for this game. So we've got the clock in times and then the employee records. Okay, so let's look at our clock in times. I'm going to click that. Are these actually clickable? No, it's just a page here. Nothing's actually clickable. It's just a page for us. Okay, well, here we go. So we only care about people. What we care about here, what do we care about here? We care about people who are here before 4 p.m., time of her death, so we can get rid of people, right? So we've got, I'm just going to make a list of the people. We got Portia Allens, 302, Johnny Chavez, 305. These are all possible, but Tinsley Freya, who discovered the body, she's our 433, so she's not a candidate. And Agnes Hurd is also not a candidate. She got in too late. There's Casey. She's in at 2:30. Okay, then we've got Victoria Sanchez, 4:45. She's too late. Carly Simmons, she was there in time. 2:40. Gina Torrento, she was there in time. Clay Underwood, he was there in time. 3:03. And then Jason Waters, he was there by 3 p.m., so he was there in time. Okay, so from our list, we can cancel out Tina, Agnes, Victoria. That's it. The rest are candidates. 4, 5, 6, 7 people. 7. Oh, and Casey is our victim. So she's not our candidate killer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people here. Okay. You missed Roy Porter at 2 p.m. That's the channel. Thank you. So Roy Porter, 2 p.m. Okay, so he's another candidate. Okay, going back up to our website, we also have employee records. What's this about? Oh, who has access to the, this is our same thing, our double elimination here. Okay, so access to the projection room. That's what we care about, that last column. So projection room access. We've got Roy Porter, Portia Allens, Gina Toronto, Victoria Sanchez, Johnny Chavez, Agnes Hurd, and Carly Simmons. Okay, so these people have access to the projector room. These are the only people that could have seen the movie early. And from those, we know that Victoria got there too late. And Agnes got there too late. But Roy was there. Porter was there. Gina was there. Johnny Chavez was there in time. Carly Simmons was there in time. So here's our list of people. What's this person's name? Portia? Really could use some better handwriting here. Okay, so from this list, I can cross off Clay Underwood, Jason Water. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so we've got 5 employees who were there and had access. Five employees who were there and had access, and 4 movie stars who were there and had access. So 9 people total. And if we look at our actions list, let's just see if that makes sense for answering this question. First and last initials of the people you believe to be suspects. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there are only 6 people. We should be able to narrow it down to 6. And we've actually only narrowed it down to 9. So there are other ways to narrow down further. There may be some subtleties in some of the interviews that we haven't checked out, but we haven't visited Agnes to hear about the secret place, which might give us more information. But first we have to take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back 2 hours, 20 minutes in, and we are ready to talk to Agnes and see if we can figure out where Casey's favorite hiding spot was. We are just about ready to eliminate our suspects. Let's talk to Agnes and see what she can tell us about Casey. It says, give the first word from the two movie titles. So we were told it's the third and fifth movie. The third and fifth movie was The Void. Just Void, not The Void. Void. And the fifth movie was Beast 3. So that's just going to be Beast. So I guess Void Beast. Okay. Okay. Void Beast. Interesting, Agnes says. Do you think Void Beast is related to where Casey wanders off to? Well, there is a place that comes to mind. You see, Cineplex 13 got its name because it had 13 theaters, but now we only use 10 of them because over the years, some of the projectors broke down and the owner never got around to getting them fixed. 2 of them are just empty. But Lucky Theater 13 was used for storage by the original owner. He would store movie posters, cutouts, display pieces from past movies in there. Guy was a bit of a hoarder. Place got pretty crowded, if I remember. When he passed away a few years ago, his daughter, our manager, well, she locked it all up and hasn't gotten around to clearing it out. I think she doesn't want to let go of it since it was her dad's. Anyway, the name Void Beast makes me think of an old movie called The Void Beast. I'm pretty sure there's a poster or cutout from the movie in there. Thanking Agnes, you leave to find a way into Theater 13. With the doors locked and the key with the absent manager, you enter the projector room for Theater 13 to see if you can look into the theater room from there. Thankfully, it's unlocked since there's no film stored there. Looking out the window and shining your light around, you can see Agnes wasn't exaggerating. The place is filled with boxes and cardboard cutouts. To the side of the window on the theater side is a ladder. Looking down, it appears the feet of the ladder are secure. Questioning the wisdom of what you're about to do, you step on the window and then over to the ladder. Climbing down, you begin to search through the room until you find a cutout of a black monster with red eyes on the words "The Void Beast" across the bottom. Is that a real movie called The Void Beast? Can someone check? After a quick search of the immediate area, you find a beanbag, some snacks, and a notebook with some papers. After looking through them, you can tell that the notebook was written by Casey, while the loose papers appear to be from her killer. It looks like Casey had been receiving letters from an unknown person for some time. Gathering up the papers, you take them with you and decide to look at them more after you've narrowed down the possible suspects. But one note by Casey catches your eye. It says, I realized something today about whoever has been sending me these harassing letters. They made a reference to a nickname I used to have. It's no longer used. So the only people who know of that nickname are my coworkers that have been here for more than 2 years, or LJ and his group of friends. One of them has to be doing this, but why? I thought I got along well, or at the least wasn't hated by any of them. The whole situation has me questioning so much I don't know what to do. Okay, so she's given us another way to narrow down our list of suspects. It has to be someone who's worked here for more than 2 years, or LJ and his friends. So if we look at let's look at the workers first before we get to LJ and his friends. I may have eliminated people too soon. Okay, Bradley. We don't know anything about how long he's worked here, but we do know something about these others. I remember in their interviews, some of them telling us about how long they've worked here. We already eliminated Agnes. Who haven't we eliminated? Gina. How long has she been working here? Doesn't tell us. Did we have employee? Our employee records didn't tell us how long they've been working here, I don't think, but okay. So this is the guy who's not friends. This is my first time working with this group. So that would eliminate Reuben Hart from our actor list. But Reuben, we already eliminated. So that doesn't help us. Jason Waters. Inslee's already eliminated. Okay. There must be some other piece of information that I'm about when they started working here. Maybe we got that information somewhere that I'm not remembering. Let's go back to this for a second. Let me save this. Okay, so people have been here for more than 2 years, or LJ and his friends. Am I missing? Let's see what the chat thinks. Surely someone in the chat knows. The computer records did list their start dates. Okay, that's what I was looking for here. So, unfortunately, that's why this is unfortunate that this didn't stay open for us. So we need to go back to password. Which was here. I know it's unfortunate that it's making. Yeah. Okay, a little bit annoying, this part. Don't know why it didn't keep this open. Employee records. Okay, there we go. So, sorry, I wasn't showing this. Okay, start date. Okay, well, we knew it had to be somewhere. So it's 2023 July. So who are our new employees? Portia. Portia has not been working there long enough, so we can now get rid of Portia. Okay. What else? Roy Porter hasn't been working there long enough, right? Because he'll be there 2 years in November. And Victoria Sanchez, she was already eliminated. So that's it. All right, so we've gotten rid of 2 more people. Now we've got 1, 2, 3 from our employee list. Three from our employee list, and then 4 from our actor list. That's still too many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, one of our actors we need to be able to get rid of. Let's go to our list here. Okay, so from our list, we've got 6, 7. Okay, we've got 4 people: LJ, Colleen, Kieran, and Oralina. So which of these are not part of that friend group? Not part of LJ's friend group? What about, let's just walk down. We know LJ is the boyfriend. Okay. Now what about Colleen? Is she part of this friend group? The lake, shit, they're both in the lake. I guess so. What about Kieran? Was he the one that's not part of this group? He's a full-time singer, part-time actor. How do we know if he's part of the friend group? Didn't it say LJ, he didn't have access to the film? You're saying LJ should be off our list? Is that true? Where's our discussion of that? Ugh, I don't like when we can't find. It should have been the phone call, right? This, I find this irritating when this happens. Here's our phone call. Let's read this again. Okay. Who has access? LJ. Jake, LJ. So LJ did have access. So we need to find which one. We need to find at least one more actor who wasn't part of this friend group. We know Ruben wasn't, but he's already off our list. So what other actor can we cross off our list? Let's go back to this again. So what about Oralina? Do we know anything about her? She's also in the lake. It feels like it's Kieran is not in the movies with the rest of them, but really not sure about that. End flight. Maybe I'm wrong. And there has to be a better way for us to know which one is not in this end times. End flight. There has to be a better way for us to be able to eliminate one more. Could we see the interviews again? Sure. I think Ruben said something. Yeah, but we've already eliminated Ruben. Ruben does say he doesn't know them, but he's already been eliminated. So Ruben Hart is the one who says, I'm not a friends group. Okay, let's see. Oh, maybe he's listed the friends group. Okay, this is my first time working with him. Oh, that's what it was. Okay, good catch. So he is saying here are the people who are tight. LJ, Matt, Ella, Colleen, Oralina, and Chance are all friends. Okay, good. Good. So from our list of 4, LJ, Colleen, Oralina are all friends. One isn't in that group, and that's Kieran, who makes sense because that's the one we were looking at. He wasn't in movies with them, and he's the part-time actor. Okay, so this cements it. You could have figured it out. You could have inferred it from their bios here, but good catch that he does actually, not only does he say, I'm not in the friend group, he tells us the friend group. Okay, so we can get rid of Kieran. Okay, so when we do that, now we've got 3 actors and 3 workers, 6 people. And that's exactly how many people we need to fill in this answer. Narrow down your suspects. Give the first and last initials of the people you believe to be suspects, alphabetical order based on last names. Okay, so let's make our list here. I need my full suspect list here. Okay, so it's nice of them to give us this full list. Okay, not in alphabetical order though here. So we've got Colleen Del Guidice. Del Guidice. I guess it's Del Guidice. I don't know about why I keep saying. Okay, so LJ Lee, Colleen, Oral. Okay, so Oralina Caraballo is our first one. Oralina Caraballo, AC. And then we've got Johnny Chavez, JC. CH Johnny Chavez. And then we've got our D's, which is Colleen, and I guess it's just Colleen. Colleen is KD. And then we've got our LJ Lee is LL. And then we've got Carly Simmons is CS. And then Gina Torrento GT. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so here are 6 people. Let's put them in. Okay, suspects unlocked. Here we go. Oh, no caps, no spaces. Okay, A, C, J, C, A, D, L, L, C, S, B, T. If this doesn't work, then we'll have to think up. We know the answers, I think. We will just have to figure out what I'm typing in wrong if it doesn't work. Okay, it worked. Once you're able to determine who was in the theater during the time of the murder and who had prior access to the film, you're able to narrow down the suspect pool. With Casey's message from her notebook, you're able to narrow down the suspects even further. As the police are pulling the suspects in for questioning, you look through Casey's notebook. Most of it seems useless to your investigation, but 1 or 2 notes seem relevant to the case. The real find, however, is the bundle of loose papers that seem to be letters from the killer. Perhaps they hold a clue about the author's identity. You decide to see what the suspects have to say first, then look over the papers in greater detail. You make a note to look back over the things you've already examined to see if you've missed anything that could help wrap up the case. That sounds like a little hint there that we might have to go through something else we've looked at. You may now open the popcorn bag. Okay, so that was interesting how it said we should look at the other stuff again. That's pretty unusual. I wonder if it means there's something we might have overlooked. Let's just organize all that stuff though. Okay, so I'm putting everything from part 1 aside. And now we're allowed to open this thing here, which is pretty cool. Popcorn bag. Feels kind of heavy. Not open until instructed. If we can get this off without tearing it. ME points out that LJ lied about access to the film. That's a great point. We did lie about it, didn't we? That is a very good point. All right, so I've opened the popcorn bag up. And what do we have here? Seating chart for the movie theater. Remember the old days? We've been talking about this before. Remember the old days when the seats weren't reserved seats? Like now when we go to a movie, we reserve our seats. But remember the bad old days where you had to get to the movie theater like 20 minutes early, 30 minutes early and stand near the door so that you could rush in and get good seats? That was horrible. Those were like the dark ages of going to see movies. Although now the movies are all bad, so it's a trade-off. Okay, here's a map of Cineplex 13. Doesn't say a specific theater, just a general seating chart. Okay. Nothing unusual about it. More information. These are going to be more interviews with our suspects. So we got an interview with Arlena, an interview with Carly, an interview with Gina, interview with Johnny Chavez, interview with Colleen. She'll probably yell at me for mispronouncing her name. LJ, who we caught in a lie. Then we've got a little bookmark. Oh, the horror. I know you like to read, so here's a bookmark for you. Start here. It's not going to be our seating chart. Okay. These look like notes from her notebook. That looks pretty cool. Okay, we'll look at those in a minute. Don't know what to make of this. Put our interviews off to the side. Here's another note from her notebook. This is a nice looking piece of paper. I've been looking into binding machines for my high and low detective game. And these square punched holes are made by a binding machine that uses wire WIRE-O, metal coil wires. The advantage of the metal coil double wires, they look a little more professional and you can open it 360 degrees. And similar to coil bindings, which are round plastic spirals that bind in, that are almost the same, but they don't use these square punch holes like the WIRE-O. So there you go, a little bit of trivia there. Okay, and then this would be not for solving the case, because here's what we use when we want to solve it. So this is another intermediate right before the climax. Where is the meeting? Give the theater number and the seat ID. Now this sounds familiar. This seems like what she was talking about here. Please meet me in theater blank. Once you're there, something, head to row blank, sit in seat blank. I will meet you. So it sounds like that's what we have to solve here. We need a row and number from this set to figure out where to meet her. Maybe she's left something under her seat or something. All right. Let's read this note. Looks like it might be in her diary. These letters are getting more and more worrying. First, I thought they were just a prank or a game, but they're starting to feel more serious. I have a plan to get some help. I'll use my extra VIP ticket to bring someone here that I know can help me solve this mystery. I see Will Street Detective Agency show up all the time in the paper, so they must be good. Once the detective is here, I'm sure they'll help me, especially once they understand the situation. I plan to slip them a note so we can meet up, and I can give them all these letters. Though I'm a little worried, I can't help but feel a little excited. It's like I'm in a spy movie or something. Maybe I should make some kind of elaborate code on where to meet. Maybe something like... There are 13 theaters to choose from at Cineplex 13, but you should know that not all theaters are created equal. Some are much better than others. In this case, 7 isn't a lucky number. So it's not theater 7. I would also wouldn't choose an even numbered theater. Finally, your VIP pass should make it clear what theater not to pick. Okay, so it's not even, it's not 7, and this should tell us what to pick. We've got a number, 5Q11K3. What theater not to pick? Okay, well, 5113, is that trying to eliminate those? So it's going to be an odd number. 13. They're only using 10 of them though, right? So from 1 to, but it's not that it's 1 to 10. Were we told which ones got closed down? Yes, we were. So not 7, not even, and it would have to be, I believe, on one of the ones that are open. So we'll do that in a bit. Okay, so that's how she picks what theater. All right, maybe we should work on this now, so I know you guys are going to be trying to solve it if I don't do it now. Okay, so not 7, not even. Do we think that this is telling us it's not going to be in one of these? So that's not sure that that's what it's telling us, but I think it might be saying not 5, not 11, not 3, which would leave 1, 9, and 13, assuming 13 is open. Now, where was the information we got about, was it, oh, I'm gonna have to open this again. Maybe we don't have to. That's why you got to save it when you unlock it. Let me just read this again in case this is important. Okay. Here, let's look at this. We only used 10 of them because over the years, some projectors broke down. 2 of them are just empty. Lucky Theater 13 was used for storage. So 13 is stored, so it's not there. So 1 or 9, how do we know it's not 1? How do we know between 1 or 9, though? Oh, because of all the ones, I guess. It's 11 and 1, both eliminated. So I think that gives movie 9 then. I think that's telling us it's going to be theater 9, I think. Let's come back to it later, though. Picking the right seat can be tricky. Obviously, you never pick the front row unless you want a neck cramp. And why sit all the way in the back row? You don't get that immersive feel all the way back there. The center row is always crowded. Okay, so for rows, she's saying not row 1, not the last, not the middle. Okay. Then she says, I don't want to sit with them or directly behind them. I also don't want to sit with them or directly behind them. Let's be real. The true moviegoer doesn't sit in the side sections. So no side sections and not... She doesn't want to sit with or behind. So in other words, whatever the seat is, she's not going to sit behind them. I'm not sure why that helps us. Okay. It's bad luck to pick a seat that matches the theater you're in. So that would be not 9 if it's theater 9. Or maybe we're not supposed to know that it's not theater 1. So maybe this would help us eliminate it. Go ahead and avoid any seats that match with what's on your ticket. Also, I still do not like even numbers. Not even. Now you know where to sit. Okay, well, let's take a look and see if that's enough. So it's not going to be the front row. It's not going to be A. Let's zoom out a bit. Okay. So it's not the front. It's not A. It's not E. And it's not C. So the only question is D or B. She doesn't want the center. She doesn't want the front. She doesn't want the back. Okay, so the only question is it D or is it B? Picking the right seat. I see. She's telling us row and seat. Okay, so it's either D or B. Then she says, I don't want to sit with them or behind them. That's weird. It's not the theater. So if we're in theater 9, it's not 9 or even. And it's not the sides. So it's B or D and it's somewhere in here. Now, let's see what makes sense out of this. Not aside or with them. What is she trying to say? Is she trying to say that she's picking... Meet me in theater. Once you're there, head to row, sit in seat X. I will meet you. Okay, so she's going to send us to a seat, and then she's going to sit in a different seat. But she doesn't want to be sitting behind us or next to us. That must mean that she's sitting in front of us. The only thing that's throwing me a little bit is when she's saying, like, everyone knows you don't want to sit in the front row, back row. If she's planning to sit in front of us, then someone's sitting in one of the bad rows. But so that's throwing me a little. And both D and B, you could sit someone in front or behind. So there's something I'm not quite getting. Let's look at this again. Oh, this is fun. I think when I give them the note, I'll just tell them where to meet. Okay, let's see. Picking the right seat, tricky. Obviously, you never get the front row. Pick the front row unless you want to cramp. And why sit all the way in the back? The center row is always crowded. Aha, okay. So I think that is our answer. She says, if she says she doesn't want to sit with them or behind them or directly behind them, this is weird, because I would like it to say that she wants to be directly near them, because she says she doesn't want to sit directly behind them. Does that mean she'll sit diagonally behind them? Like, how close does she need to go? That's weird, but okay. If she's saying that means she wants to sit in front of them, then, and C is crowded, then I think the logical inference might be that she's going to give us the seat in B. It has to be in B or D. She's just going to give us the seat in B, and then she's going to sit in front of us. If I'm reading that implicit constraint right, but I don't like how so many things are implicit in that. But okay, if that's right, then I'm guessing it means the seat we're looking for is in B. If I'm assuming that right. We know it's not an even seat, not a seat matching the theater number. Now you know where to sit. So if it's in B, it's not in 9, and it's not even. That still gives too many possibilities. Interesting. Something I'm overlooking here that someone is going to spot. Let's take a look at it again. Actually, I'm not going to look at the chat. I want to see if, to make more sense of this before I just get the answer. Okay. And this is the one fun puzzle we've gotten so far, so I don't want to ruin it by looking in the chat. You guys try to solve it, and I'll try to solve it separately. Okay, 13 theaters. We've picked a theater. We've eliminated all those that are on the VIP ticket front. So we've also eliminated theater 1. That's not necessarily correct, but I think probably correct. Okay. Now, picking the seat is tricky. You never pick the front row. You never pick the back row. And the center row is too crowded. So that gives us row B or D. B or D. Okay. Then she says, I don't want to sit with them or behind them. So if you picked row D and she doesn't want to sit in behind them, directly behind them, she says, and she doesn't want to sit side by side with them, then if you picked row D, she'd have to be sitting in front of them. Unless unless she's happy to be diagonally behind them. That's very underdetermined, but all right. But I'm guessing she wants to sit, I'm assuming for now, she wants to sit directly in front of them then. In which case, if C is too crowded for that seat to be available, that would mean she have to pick row B for the seat, and she's going to sit in front. That puts her in A. Okay, now let's see. It's bad luck to pick a seat that matches the theater you're in. Well, that would just rule out the 9s. If it's a theater now. I don't like even numbers. Okay, fine. And then she says, where's the part about, somewhere it said, true movie people don't like sitting in the side. Let's just read that. True moviegoer don't sit in the side sections. All right. So I know you like to read. Here's a bookmark for you. Is that what this is? Let me just see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. This seems like it's not this. I mean, maybe there's more clues to confine this, but it feels like from what it says, she says, now you know where to sit. How strange this is, that this feels like I'm missing something. It's B, it's not 9. Why couldn't it be? And it's not even. So why couldn't she have picked seat 5? Why couldn't she have picked seat 7, 10, or 12? Don't understand that. Doesn't feel like we've got enough information here. Oh, okay, wait a second. Go ahead and avoid any seats that match with what's on your ticket. Okay, so we're again eliminating all these. 5, 1s, 11s, and 3s. Okay, that helps. I'm not gonna. The chat wants me to look, but I'm not gonna look because I don't want the solution. Okay, that was it. 5. We're also eliminating these. Okay, so it's not even. It's not 5. It's not 4. It's not 5. It's not 6. It could be a 7. It can't be a 9 since we're in theater 9. And it can't be an 11. Can't be 5, 6. Could be 7. So it has to be 7. So B7, is that right? And then she's sitting in front in A7. Okay, so chat says, didn't it also say not numbers in the password? So not even, not 9, 5 must be 7. The row is the most tricky, but I think I would go with B. Avoid any seats that match with what's in your ticket. There we go. Okay, yes. Okay, B7. That's why I got to avoid looking at the chat with you guys. You're too good. Yes. Okay, so I think we've got the B7, and then she's going to sit in A7. I don't love that it didn't say that she's going to sit next to him next to him directly, and that's why it would eliminate some other possibilities. That's why we eliminated row D. But okay, B7, we've got our seat. So if we're right, we're ready to solve this. But before we do, we've got more evidence we can look at. Let's see, more notes from her notebook. This we don't know how to solve yet. We need something that would be able to walk us and spell out a phrase with this. Let's leave that for later. Let's take a look at these notes. I'm very interested in this. Oh, these are the letters she's gotten from the killer. Okay. Let's see what the killer says. You won't figure out who I am until it's too late. Are you scared? For a girl who likes horror movies, you seem a bit jumpy. This is just a teaser of what's to come. Are my letters making you afraid? Good. I see who you really are. Others might see a sweet, innocent girl, but I know the truth. I know you. Okay. What have we got here? We've got symbols and numbers. This is someone crossing out a face. We don't know if this goes with anything else, so let's just put this aside for now. Let's look at our next letter. You're smart. I bet you're good at puzzles. Here's one for you. It's something I wish I could see in real life, but I guess I'll just have to imagine it. Use the first two words from the answer to the puzzle from the promotion site. Their letters will interchange, while the rest stay the same. So the promotion site clue was watch movie in theater, I think. So I think it's saying like watch movie. I think it's saying that these letters are interchanging. So I think it's saying CALW. That doesn't work. Don't think. First two words from the answer to the promotional. Their letters will interchange while the rest stay the same. So it could be that these letters interchange. That's what I thought. So a C turns into an I. Oh, C turns into an I. Okay, let's see. I think that might be right. So if that's right, we've got C turning to an I, the O turning to an A, the L staying the same, the M turning to a W, the O turning to an A, Y, S, I always, the M turns into a W, the A turns into an O, the N stays the same, the D stays the same, E, R. I always wonder. H turns into an E, D stays the same, M goes into a W, E goes to an H. Oh, I always wondered. W, H, A, T. I always wondered what. This is sounding a little scary here. I always wondered what's the best there. Maybe there you can see it all. Okay, I always wondered what. There's our V here. So Y. A goes to O. U. What U? M goes to W. A goes to O. U. L. D. What you would. Now we're on the third line. L. O. O. K. L. What you would look like. We're here now. Be useful to put a little marker to remember where I'm starting off there. Okay, I goes to C. E goes to H. A goes to O. K. I. N. G. What you would look like choking. Boy, this is dark. A goes to O. 1. Now we're on our last final line. Y. O. U. Your. F. R. I. E. Choking on your fries. A. T. E. R. I. K. E. Okay, so I obviously translated something slightly wrong. Fries, and then A, and then fries at D, R, O goes to A, K, at Drake's. Let's retranslate that last line. Your fries, OV becomes AT. So that's at, fries at. Then we've got D, R, A, K, E, S, Drake's. That's going to be something mentioned by someone. That's going to be some place they used to hang out. Then we're going to know it's someone from her past life. That's interesting. Okay. Mark that. All right. Next letter that was sent to her. You like games, don't you? Here's a game for you, and I even based it on your favorite book. What does the killer say right before he kills? Surely you know, he says it every time in the book. Well, remember that in that favorite scene, we're told what he said. Maybe that's also from the book, since this is based. Yes. Favorite kill scene from The Spark. The Spark is a book. We're told that it's her favorite book or something earlier in a different place. And then when the killer walks up, he says, "This is the end for you." So I think maybe The answer to this is the end. You. Maybe. Let's put that aside for a second. Like droplets of blood falling, but how many will fall from your hand, I wonder? Like our actions in life, only how we finish matters. So too, only the last one will count as it falls. I've always wanted to tell you this. Okay, this looks like this. Let's count. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 rows. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it looks to me that it's probably this. Let's see if these work. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. No, that's not right. Unless it doesn't fully reach the end of it. We could try. Certainly easy to try if that's where you start. It would be UTKR. That's not right. What if you started in the middle somewhere? Oh, this is kind of fun, actually. If this is this, and it's undetermined, then you could slide it anywhere this way or slide it the other way. So we would be looking for a word that's 1, 2, or multiple words, 2 things here. So, but it can't start, if this is this way up, it can't start 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Can't start any here. So DCT, CDN, DR, R, H, no, RT, TYD, Y, U, R, E, Y, U, R, O, A, D, U, O, P. Doesn't seem right. K, N, L, S. Huh. What if it's this way? U, T, K, T, U, G, T, U, G, F, G, T, no. U, I, T, G, no. I, P, R, P, O. Huh. Okay. It can't go this way. Boy, it really feels like this is for this, but maybe it's not. Yeah, it's got to be. I knew you like to read, so here's a bookmark for you. Really feels like this is this. But what? If it is, it could be anywhere. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Sure feels like it should be this, and it should be easy to see. I see the word key, K-E-Y. Like droplets of blood falling, how many will fall from your hand, I wonder? Like our actions in life, only how we finish matters. Only the last one will count as it falls. Looks like the chat wants to talk to me about something, but I don't want the answer yet. Okay, but it's time for us to take a break. So we'll take an 8-minute break. We'll come back and we'll work on this more. Okay, we're back 3.5 hours in. It feels like this is for this. I can't quite make it work though. So what we're going to do is we're going to do one of the enjoyable parts of this game is put this away for now since we don't have to work on this yet. We've got other clues to work on. We think we know the answer to this, so we could do this and see if that gives us more information. But we've also got a bunch of interviews here. So let's go through these, and we're going to see if we can find someone mentioning drakes. Because someone who knows about drakes could be our killer. Let's start with the ex-boyfriend who we know lied to us. Look at it. He's admitting it. Okay, yeah, I lied about having access to the film. But I didn't kill Casey. I just freaked out because I knew how that made things look. I know how this works. Girl gets killed, ex-boyfriend happens to be around, bam. There's your suspect. But I'm telling you, it wasn't me. I barely spoke to her when I got here. I plan on getting some drinks from concessions and chilling with the others. I have no reason to want Casey dead. She didn't jive with my lifestyle. Arlena always said she was just straightforward and honest. I took it as being critical. I'm better off without her. There are plenty of fish in the sea. I'm not going to waste my time coming up with some crazy plot and go after one fish that isn't even right for me. Casey was great while we were dating, and she got along with my friends. I like to think we were still friends after the breakup. She would even come and eat at Mr. Drake's with me, Arlena, Colleen, and the others. So if you think it's me who killed Casey, you're dead wrong. That's all I'll say. All right, so now we seem to get the hint that this is someone who went out to drinks to eat with them. Probably. Not one of the employees. So I think that right away eliminates the workers. Right? We've got 3 workers that we should be able to eliminate now. Gina, Johnny, and Carly. If we're right about this statement about the wondered what you would look like if you choked on your fries. It seems like these people should be eliminated. Let's see if they have any information for us before we eliminate them. I'm still processing the fact that Casey's gone. This doesn't feel real. Earlier today, I was thinking of how to ask her out. I wanted to for a while, but she was in a relationship. Then when that ended, I tried to give her space, and now I'll never get the chance to ask her. It's weird because I usually have no problem with women, but there was something different about Casey. She was more than the quiet, shy person she showed most people. I could tell there was a spark of something special. Something only I could see. I hate that she's gone. I would never have hurt Casey. You have to believe me. You are going to catch her killer, right? All right, Johnny, we're going to catch her. Don't worry. You're not the killer. Harley. So what? Just because I was here on time and I'm responsible enough to be trusted with access to the projector rooms, that makes me a suspect? Are you even listening to yourself? I'll be frank with you. I didn't kill Casey, but I didn't hate her enough to kill her. I didn't like Casey, but I didn't hate her enough to kill her. She just annoyed me. She had this whole sweet, quiet girl thing going, and it just felt fake to me. Once you got her talking, she would not shut up. Does that sound like a shy person to you? Plus, she's always disappearing at work. She might have gotten her work done, but it was annoying needing to look for her and having no clue where she was. I get not speaking ill of the dead, but I'm not going to sugarcoat things either. And before you get the idea I have something personal against Casey, let me be clear. I don't like any of my coworkers here. I don't hang out with them. They're all annoying, and I'm glad I only have to see them while here at work. And guess what? They're all still alive, right? So you see, it's not me. If I was looking for a killer, I'd talk to Johnny. He's been making googly eyes at Casey for a while. I could totally see him as the stalker type. She hates everyone. Okay, that's not her. Okay, how about Gina? Be careful with your questions and accusations. I'm no murderer. I might not be psycho enough to whack someone in broad daylight, but that doesn't mean I won't open a can of crazy on you. I will say my piece and be done. Casey and I were co-workers and kind of friends. We even went to get burgers at Mr. Drake's after work with some of our other co-workers a few times. I wasn't going so I could hang with her specifically, but she was there, so that basically makes us friends. Honestly, I didn't pay much attention to her while there. I was too busy trying to catch the eye of Mr. Tall, Dark, and Handsome, but Johnny's been distracted lately. So she likes Johnny, and Johnny likes Casey, and we thought we were going to eliminate them because of Drake's, but now she claims they all go to Drake's. Some of our other co-workers a few times. So we can't eliminate anyone based on Drake's? That's weird, but okay. So they're back in the picture. Back suspects, all of them. No way to eliminate any of them. All right, Oralina, who I'm suspicious of. I knew Casey fairly well. She used to hang out with us a lot more when LJ and she were a thing, but even after the breakup, she came to hang out every now and then. It might have been more to do with the fact that Casey was a huge fan of Nathaniel Everwood's books than any feelings she might have had for LJ. She broke up with him, LJ always tells it like it was his idea, or they both decided to break up. The truth is, she dumped his butt. LJ is good at acting, but once you get to know him, you learn he's pretty shallow. Once Casey realized that, she ended things. That's just who she was, straightforward and honest to a fault. I respected that about her. Still, LJ took the breakup harder than I thought he would. Part of that is due to his wounded ego, but I think he had real feelings for her. Now, did those feelings sour and turn him into a killer? I doubt it, but obviously someone here is a killer. I guess I'll go ahead and get my denial out of the way. I did not kill Casey. Why would I? We weren't close, but she was okay to hang out with. We had similar tastes in movies. Like everyone else in my friend group, I literally have no movie motive to want her dead. Okay, that's pretty compelling. Now, Colleen. Oh, Guidis. I hope she tells us how to pronounce her last name. Casey was an odd duck. I thought it strange when LJ started dating her. She didn't seem a good match for him. Oh, I didn't mean that as an insult to Casey. It's more of a dig at LJ than anything. I did wonder why she kept coming around after their breakup. That is a bit weird, right? I mean, usually people want nothing to do with their ex, but she would come by on filming days and even go out to eat with us after shoots at Mr. Drake's. Personally, I think she wanted to get into the movie business. Too bad for her, getting into movies is harder than it looks. She was able to help a few times with lighting, and I think she was an extra in some scenes, but if you lack the spark, then that's all you'll ever be, a background character. Listen, I hope you catch this killer quickly. There's still a crowd of eager fans outside wanting to see the film. I know I sound insensitive, but listen, do you want to be the one to tell them the movie's canceled? Have you ever seen what disappointed fans do after waiting a long time outside in the heat? You'd be lucky if they didn't tear you to pieces. I'm aware you have a job to do, but I'd also like to salvage some kind of success out of this. Well, feels like we didn't get anything out of that, out of all those. I mean, some background information, but they all go out at Drake's. We got a little triangle information here. One person likes, she likes him. Sorry, she likes him. He likes Casey. Carly didn't go with them, says Antina. Maybe the girl doesn't like anyone, wouldn't have gone. I think you're right. I guess you could take this. She doesn't like any of them. Does she say clearly she would never go? I don't hang out with them. Okay. So you think we can, from all that, we eliminate Carly. She doesn't go to Drake's. Makes sense. I mean, she could go to Drake's on her own and spot them, but I guess we're going to take it from her that she doesn't like spending any, she doesn't go where they go. All right, so we can eliminate Carly from all that, possibly. I think we have to do this now because I don't know how to solve this yet. Maybe the channel has an idea, but let's do this. Theater number, seat ID, row, then number. Okay, let's do this one. Let's see if we were right about this. Okay, so we said it was B7. Let's see if that's right. Theater number, seat ID, then row. So we said it was 9B7 is what we said. Yes, that was it. Entering the theater, you find the row and seat hinted at by Casey's notes. Not sure what else to do, you take a seat. Nothing stands out to you as you look around. It appears this is just the place where Casey planned on meeting you. She was probably going to explain more to you then. You wonder what insights or knowledge she might have had that wasn't written down in her notebook. As you sit looking back over Casey's notes, an idea comes to you. But first, you need to eliminate all the suspects but one. Once that's done, you'll be able to set a trap for the killer with a little help from Casey, of course. There's no clicking on that. That's just information. Interesting that that puzzle clue gave us nothing but a hint about how to trap the killer. with a little help from Tracy. Well, now. That's kind of interesting now. Because if we agree we can eliminate Carly, we've still got a large collection of people. We have to eliminate 4 out of 5. And then we can trap them. And this is all we have to do that. Oh, wait, look. Oh my gosh. This is the end for you, is what he says. This is the end for you. And this, always look at the back of the sheets. Classic mistake. Classic mistake not to look at the overleaf of a piece of paper. Okay. So now this is clearly this, with a hint that this is the end for you. So I think it's helping us to find where the end is going to be. So let's just, I think it might be telling us to look for the word you at the end or something, but let's just now fit this in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So 14 letters would get us halfway through. So it could be anywhere in there. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 could be. So this grid is going to be somewhere in here in a set. I have an idea. Test out, actually. See if we can have some fun with this and be smart about it. If we take something and put this in it, assuming it's right side up, I think it's telling us we could just look for the end U part. Let's see if we can't have a little bit of fun. So if I'm right, that it could be anywhere in here, and we take this, I'm just gonna draw this pattern here. Let's see if this idea works for fun. I'm just gonna draw this pattern sort of arbitrarily. Pick a position, 3, up, over 1, and up. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Over 1, down, over 3, 4, down, over 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and here. So if I've done that right, that's the pattern. And then I was thinking we could just slide this around in there. So this is the start. This is the end. So only the last one will count, and we Where was the part about the end? Only the finish matters. So we're looking for a word here. It could be anywhere in here. So you see what my plan was. My plan is to draw that, then I can just move it. I'm looking for a last word that would make sense here. O-W-E. No. No. So I don't really have to slide it. We know that the last words have to be an L that goes this way. But it does give us some context. I mean, it can only be here or here. Left and right, it can only be. Or one over. Has to be one of these two. Hmm. Well, that's kind of surprising to me that it didn't just jump out. Where was the letter about? Oh, the other side of this is the one that says, you like games. Here's one for you. It's based on your favorite book. What does the killer say right before he kills? Surely you know he says it every time in the book. This is the end for you. So I think we should be looking for something ending in for you. So where is the YOU at the end? Is it possible it's upside down? For you. We should be looking for FORYOU. FORYOU. So we should be looking for a YOU in a straight line. But there aren't any choices of this unless it's upside down. YOU, YOU, YOU. I don't see it. YOU. I might be jumping to conclusions. Is it possible it's this way? Hmm. Somehow I thought this would just jump out at us. Why is it not? The idea is sound. Is it possible that it could be this way? No, right? I guess it is possible it could be this way. If it is, though, it has to fit this way, though. Hmm. So I'm kind of making assumptions that maybe I shouldn't make. I know you like to read. Here's a bookmark. Start, end. And then I'm making some assumptions that this is a clever little word play. Here's a game for you. I based it on your killer's favorite book. What does the killer say right before he kills? He says it every time in the book, and we think this is the answer. This is the end for you. This. Maybe we should be looking for the word this. Or maybe it's not important to find the last words, but it feels like it should be jumping out. Um, okay, slow down. I'm not going to look in the chat because I don't want to get an answer for this, and you guys are probably have got it solved or will have it solved soon. Let's just think through this for a second. First of all, did I do anything wrong with my overlay, which could make things get messed up? It sort of doesn't matter because I'm just looking at this end word. But 1, 2, 3, 4. I think maybe I did draw this wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No. 1, 2, 5. Oh, 1. Oh, maybe I did this part wrong. From here, 1, 2, 3. Jesse. Come on, Jesse. Over 1, down 2, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Down 1, over 1. 1, 2, 3. And 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. And down 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. And over 2. Okay, well, this does give us more room. Okay, so if we've got a little more room to go, we could go 1 over. So I've been trying to look for some clever last word clue, but it doesn't feel like we should need that. We should just be able to find any word. There's vomit. VOMNIT, no. This is very strange to me. Why this isn't just obviously making... There's so few possibilities here. Why is it so hard to find words? It's just very strange to me. Seems so obvious, and yet it's frustrating. All right, this is obviously with this. There's a clue that seemed to be... Okay. Here's a game. I based it on your favorite book. What does the killer say? He says it every time in the book. This is the end for you. Maybe. And here's this. But we don't know that it's right side up, but it seems like it should be. Trying to use this clue, but maybe you don't need to use that clue. Maybe it has nothing to do with this. Either way, it should be so clear that the final phrase has to be this little L, but you could put this L anywhere. It should just jump out. These are clearly related. From that story, he says, "This is the end for you." And the bookmark says, "Here is a bookmark for you." This is the end for you. It almost sounds like the word "this" should be at the end, but I can't find that. At least if it's right side up, I can't. It's so weird because it feels like it's giving us a clue to this, but it also feels like we shouldn't need the clue because there's so few possibilities that would spell out something. And yet I can't make a word come out of this. And I'm messing with doing it upside down, but it just feels wrong to do that. Don't really want to turn it upside down. But I suppose it could go this way too, given that would be an interesting trick. If it does go this way, though, if it does go this way, I'd have to do a different diagram. Boy, that's annoying. Oh, you're saying, could it be this? Okay, just relax. Just relax. I'm assuming right side up is right side up, but what if that's not the case? Really seems like the way Deadbolt goes, they don't break these things, but if I did turn it, do I have to worry about it becoming misaligned? We actually have 3 puzzles here. Okay, so chat is saying you've done your normal thing. You've made a sloppy mistake. The overlay's not right. You're on top of it 4 times. This seems like I'm so prone to these kinds of mistakes. That get me in trouble, and then the channel has to watch me fail and get close to it over and over again. And then I go on tilt. Up and do it again. Boy, that's... Okay. Really, I have to do it again because I'm so sloppy. I don't understand how I make these mistakes. That's not that. Boy, that looks the same to me. Okay. This is why I can't keep a gun in this house, or I'd be dead. Chat says the overlay is not correct. I've done it twice, and I'm still getting the same overlay. How could that be? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Over 1, down 2. Over 2. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Down 1. Over 1. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Okay, looks exactly right to me, and you can't see it because I'm not showing it. Okay, relax, 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 relax. These two are exactly the same. So the channel says that it's wrong, but I've done it twice now. It looks right. Okay. It could be that it's just exactly this rather than a grid. I wonder if that means that it's sideways. If I do this, But then the channel said I had it right. It can't be this. This doesn't line up with it. Does it line up with it sideways? That would make me not really. No. All right. I gotta learn to, when it's getting this frustrating, okay, so now the channel has changed its mind. It wasn't wrong, but okay, but a better idea is to circle the numbers instead of drawing a line so that I can see through. This channel, this is where this channel becomes more of a psychology lesson about overcoming anger. And can anger be overcome? All right, so I think this is a good idea. I'm going to circle letters. It's hard to see, though. Let's see, can we do better? Let's try it again. So let's do it this way. I wonder if we can't. Oh, I'm drawing a permanent marker now, so. I wonder if I couldn't. I should have kept this. All right. One, two, three. I feel like this is getting ridiculous. Oh, it's too much, Jesse. It's too much. It's too much. It's too much. It's too much. It's silly. Getting silly. Okay. All right. As I'm doing this with permanent marker. So if I make a mistake here, then I'm screwed. Doesn't. That right? Somehow that's right. Is this going to make it any easier? This feels like just pain. Doesn't feel like it's fun anymore. No, these circles are too small. And I didn't go high up enough, so I can't do it that way. I can't go up until the final thing. This be so frustrating. This is the last place it could be if it's right side up. Come on, guys. Not fun anymore. I'm not even looking at the end anymore since that didn't work for me. I'm just looking at the beginning words. And last set. No, okay. Okay. So if the chat hadn't told me that I've went by it a number of times, I would assume now that it can't be right side up. It just doesn't work. But now using this overlay, I can't even test it sideways. Okay, I'm ready to give up. Let's hear the answer. I'm done. I'm done. Think of the phrase, "This is the end for you." You think the end is 4 U's in a row? It's so crazy because the chat, when we have this delay, I look in the chat and it's like, yeah, you got it, you went by it. It's like, that could be at any time. It's a grid. Like, it's not helping me. The delays in YouTube make it very hard to get subtle hints. Like, you're getting warmer. It's like sometime within the last 20 seconds, I was getting warmer. It's not possible for me to utilize those hints. The last letter is the S in the for you place. Okay. And that makes no sense to me, so let's just have the answer. Yeah, you can just tell me the answer. I'm ready. I'm ready. So before I struggle with it, let's see. This is the end for you. He says it every time in the book. This is the end. We've got our plan. We've got our idea, but we are stuck. Rom-coms. Put the last circle in the S in the for you place. I see. This is the end for you. Okay, so that's clever. This is the end for you. The point is that you're saying that the for you is the end where this S is. All right, well, that fits. So why you're saying the reason I couldn't find it is because the last word is rom-coms. Okay, all right. So when I was looking over it and saying, does this make a word? M-C-O-M-S, I was saying, no, it doesn't. Okay, so if I had looked at the starting letters, I should have been able to find it that way. So when I was doing my system, I couldn't find the N because it wasn't a word. But when I went back and started looking for full words, when I got to for you, I should have been able to see that this was T-H-E. All right, well, the only, all right, it's hard to see, so I should have done a better job of making these circles. That idea was right, but it was still too hard to read through them. That looked like an R. Okay, the only good, clearly this sloppiness is my death, the death of me. The only good TR. All right, look at this. I can't even read it with this. The only good TASTE, the only good taste you have is that rom-coms. The only good taste you have is hating rom-coms. Okay. Do you ever see the Archie Bunker where he does his thing, kills himself? That's how I feel. Okay. I'm not complaining about the puzzle. I'm complaining about myself. That was really painful. Not faulting the puzzle though. But boy, that was painful. That was painful. But worse yet, how does it help? So she hates rom-coms but I don't know how that helps us. All right. Joseph says, let's blame the 3 p.m. start time. I don't think that's the problem. The problem is that this is like in my weak spot. It's the fact that my sloppiness with these paths made it hard to read. I did not make use of the fact that this grid is labeled. It's sort of conspicuously labeled. I just ignored that. We knew this was related somehow. I picked up that this is the last line, but I didn't use it. Okay, but that doesn't help us. I mean, it's someone who agrees with her that rom-coms are bad. I tried to get her to watch a rom-com with me. Okay, so we know we can eliminate one more person. We can eliminate Gina, because Gina likes rom-coms and tried to get her to watch a rom-com. So Gina is now eliminated. That's 2 eliminated. We need to eliminate 3 more. And we have 2 more things that should let us eliminate 2 more. And I wonder if we're not overlooking a way to eliminate someone else. But surely these will let us eliminate at least 2. Okay, let's think about these 2. Let's do this one first. Like droplets of blood falling. How many will fall from your hand, I wonder? So someone points out we had the initial emails from her phone. There was her phone where we saw her hand. But do you think I mean, like droplets of blood falling, but how many will fall from your hand, I wonder? Like your actions in life, only how we finish matters. So too, only the last one will count as it falls. It seems to be a clue about this scene. But really? So, I mean, I count 5 falling. I don't know how that could help us. Only the last one will count as it falls. And it came from the last finger. I don't see how that helps us. This will be you soon. If we look at this, though, what do we see? Every 5th letter, is that what it's going to be? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is I. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 D. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 O. 1, 2, Okay, so that's what it is. It's every fifth letter. All right, well, finally I didn't spend an hour struggling. Let's see if we can't do it this way. I, D, five, 1, 2, 3, 5, 1, 2, 3, 5, 2, 3, 4, 5, 3, 5, 2, 3, 5, 3. I don't under. Oh, look, it's all a grid. That makes life easier. I don't understand, she says. He says, I don't understand W H A P. I don't understand what A L L T H. I don't understand what all the G U Y S. What all the guys S E E I N YOU. What all the guys see in you. How does that help us? I don't understand what all the guys see in you. Does that mean it's a girl writing? Is that what we're to take from that? I don't understand what all the guys see in you. Yeah, because otherwise it would say what all the other guys see in you. All right. All right. Now, if that's true, we've got two suspects, Oriella and Colleen. Let's see what they say. Let's remind ourselves one by one. Based on looking at them, there's our culprit. But looks can be deceiving. You can't go into the boss and say, arrest her, she looks more guilty. But let's see what we've got. Colleen. What's Colleen say? She wasn't a good match for him. She kept coming around. It's weird. I think she wanted to go into the movie business. She mentions Drake's. She was in the background. You lost the spark background character. And then she wants us to hurry up so they can get in. Okay, that's kind of suspicious. But what about Oralina? She says, I knew her well. She came around. She's a huge fan of the book. She gives us inside information. She broke up. She dumped his butt. He took the breakup hard. She's trying to push the blame onto him. We had similar tastes in movies. Okay, so now this has got to be the thing that looks like the background of the chat have come out to say that they are glad to see that I've recovered my sanity. Well, now you've experienced the lows of this channel. It doesn't happen that often, but okay. Killer knows her well. We weren't close. She was okay to hang out with. But this has got to be our key to eliminate one of these people. Now, what is this going to be? All right, so let's look at this. Let's think about it for a second. First of all, what do we notice? Numbers are under 26, so they could be letters. And look at this. Are my letters making you afraid. So I wonder if we don't have 7th letter of the alphabet, 3-letter, 3rd letter, 10th letter? 10th letter is a J. That doesn't seem likely. But what's our... If we were to use letters of the alphabet, what would we have? G, C, J. 4th is D. 9th is I. 11th is K. 6 is what? F. 15 is an O. 7 is a G. 4 is a D. 18 is what? An R. All right, so if those were numbered, you'd get that. That doesn't seem quite right. Crossed off face. These are very weird. I wonder if these aren't movies. I wonder if these aren't movies. Movie titles? Like, are these references and like the 7th word in this movie description? Like, do we have a movie with a messed up face, a movie with a knife, a movie with lightning, a movie with light, fire? You won't figure out. Oh, are my letters? Did we solve this one yet? We did. This was the 5th letter. Are my letters with italics making you afraid? Good. I see who you really are. Horror movies in italics, letters. What else is italics? Horror movies are italic. Letters is italics. Teaser is italics. Horror movies, teaser letters. It's a teaser. We did have the movie trailer, didn't we? What was our movie trailer? It wasn't here, though, right? What page was it on? Find the hidden message. There was this. Sorry, there was this, but we already figured that. That said watch movie in theater. But then there was this trailer. What happened in the trailer? That's lightning. That's light bulb. That's the face that's messed up. That's the knife. Do we have a fire? We need fire. There's the fire. There we go. We've got it. There we go. It's the letters on each of these captions. Okay, so we've got it. We got it. We got it. Okay, so let's give ourselves a better view of this. And let us go back and play it and find the scenes. Okay, so... Oh, there's our... Stop. Stop. There's our lightning scene. Okay, so the lightning, let's see if we can do this properly. I guess I have to bring this up. Okay, so the lightning, which is here, is it the seventh word or probably the seventh letter, right? Because otherwise we would need an 18 letter word. So if it's the seventh letter, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, that would be an O. Or I guess, well, lightning. All right, so we've got a 4 and a 4. Sorry, it's 4 lightning. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's an A. Where's my... Okay, so if we think that's the letter, that would be an A, and that would be an A. Unless we think it's the word, but then we'd have to have an 18-word line, so maybe not. Okay, so there's our lightnings. There, stop. There's our light bulb one. So we've got the 9th letter of the light bulb. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's an R. And then the 18th letter of the light bulb. Is that going to work for us? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 is an R. All right, next. There's the face, but not for the better. Okay, so we need a 7. That's an F. And then a 10. That's a T. And then a 6. That's a T. That's it. Okay. Then we have a knife, a 3, which is an O. And then a 7 is an I. Is that right? Is this right? Doesn't seem quite right. The last one is maybe... Doesn't seem quite right. "11 fire." 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 is an E. And then 15. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 would be an L. Oh, yeah. Okay, so liar. So this is right. We must have gotten the face wrong. The face must be the last one, not the first face guy. That's pretty clever, actually. It must be this one. So if we redo the faces, we're going to get a U here, surely. 7 is a U. Yeah, there's our U. This is going to be U, and this is going to be A. Okay, you are a liar. 6th word, 6th letter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. Okay, so you are a liar. We've got it. That doesn't seem like it would help us, but it does. Because one of these people accuses her of being a liar, right? Is that right? Does one of these people, one of these says someone's calls him a liar though, right? She used to hang up with us. She used to hang out with us. She was a huge fan. She broke up with him, you know. LJ always tells it like it was his idea, but the truth is she dumped his butt. Straightforward and honest to a fault, says Oriolina. But what about Colleen? She would come by. I think she wanted to get into the business. She was able to help a few times. She was an extra. Still a crowd. I know I sound insensitive. Have you seen what disappointed fans? Okay, so she doesn't say a liar, but this one says she was honest and straightforward. So assuming she's not lying. I don't know why we shouldn't assume she's not lying here, but if we assume she's not lying, then we've got our killer right here. Colleen Del Guidice, or however I pronounced it before. All right, we have to take a break here. I'm going to try to regain some of my sanity. That was rough. Every once in a while, you get a peek into the frustration, how my frustration levels can go to 11 so quickly. If the camera wasn't here, I would be smashing things in the room. So you're seeing everything turned down. All right, we're going to take an 8-minute break. We'll come back. We will discuss if there's any reason why we shouldn't just accuse Colleen. I think we're ready. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. We had a little bit of a crisis there in our last session where I went on tilt. I don't know how the channel puts up with me when I get that way. I realize I'm acting like a spoiled brat, getting so frustrated, but yeah, that's real. That's no acting there. There's real frustration. And you can see it seems to happen predictably with certain kinds of puzzles for me. And it especially happens when you could see what happened. I'm like, or might you have to rotate it? And then once I get all those other options and I can't quite read what my scribbles are trying to direct me, those are all the right ingredients for going on tilt. And we can talk about in the end, it was not the fault of the puzzle. It was largely the fault of, like, if I had taken better care to create that overlay, that wouldn't have happened. But you could also see why some of the real puzzle people, like Antina and Nicola, and maybe some of the others of you who are good at these things, why some of you intuitively are better tuned to these kinds of puzzles. Picking up that thing where it said the end was for you and you saw the for and the you, those are kinds of leaps in logic and thinking that are really help you with these puzzles that I'm not particularly good at. Okay. So we believe we've caught our murderer. And I was sort of venturing into final thoughts territory, but I do want to remind all of you that we like to talk about, when we're finished with these games, give a review, talk about our favorite part, least favorite parts, game design, puzzle design issues. And I hope if you join me for these games, you will keep a little pen and pad nearby and make notes of things so that we can talk about the game when we finish it and you can tell me your thoughts. But we'll save that for later. So is everyone in agreement that Colleen is our killer, or at least the answer to the question that we are posed. And it's the first name of the murderer plus what you found at her meeting place. Didn't we get something that we were supposed to solve? We did the meeting. We had the meeting. We figured out where the meeting was. And then, was that it? I thought somehow I was remembering that we had something else before this. But, oh, I think it was just this. Okay, so we went to the meeting. And what did we find at the meeting? Yes. We went to the meeting. You wonder what insights that wasn't written down. An idea comes to you. You need to eliminate all the suspects but one. Once that's done, you'll be able to set a trap for the killer with a little help from Casey, of course. Okay, so here's the interesting thing. I'm not sure we've seen this kind of thing before. I mean, I guess I shouldn't say that. It's not that we haven't seen this, but it's kind of strange that it's not. We found the murderer. The first name of the murderer is Colleen. But what did we find at the meeting place? Nothing. Nothing stands out at you as you look around. That's kind of strange. What did you find? So the channel is saying that we're just taking that to mean the word help. So Antonella is saying we all get that way. Joseph says, I can empathize when that happens. She's got the side eye of a murder. She does kind of have the side eye of murder. All right, so we think the answer is going to be help. I think, with a little help from Casey. You look over her notes. All right, maybe you're saying it's not the word help, but we think it's in her notes. What? Her notes are all online. Or no, he's also got notes in that one sheet of paper. We've got online notes, and then we've got these notes. Extra VIP. She tells us where to sit. This is fun. I think when I give you the note, I'll just tell you where to meet. Now you know where to sit. And then this was her torn up note. I will meet you and explain everything. So, what is it really wanting from us? What you found at Casey's meeting place? We didn't find anything. Found some inspiration. Is the word nothing or is the word help? I mean, we could try both, but it's kind of weird. What you found at her meeting place. And this is what we found. Nothing stands out at you as you look around. So is it saying mechanically it wants us to use the word help? Or Should we be typing in the word nothing? It's kind of weird. I mean, certainly it's easy to try help, but that's a weird... Now, that is the only other thing to type, right? Like, there's no other question that I'm overlooking. I think we'll just try typing the word help and seeing what that means. I guess we did get help in the sense that we got some inspiration. That's a little weird, though. Where is our... I thought maybe we should take a look at Colleen before we accuse her. She does kind of look dangerous, to be honest. Like, that looks dangerous. That looks dangerous. Beauty and grace to every character she's portrayed. Serious young star at wide acting range. Yeah. When will we be asked about the murder? I think this is it. This is the finale here. We're just going to accuse her. We've eliminated everyone else. But I guess we should just try this and see if the word help is the answer before we waste too much time. Okay, so I'm going to scan this. All right, here we go. So the first name of the murderer is what it wants. First, here we go. The first name of the murderer plus what you found. Okay, so K-O-L-L-E-E-N. Colleen. I'm going to type in help. H-E-L-P. Let's see if that's what it wanted. Yep, that was it. It just wanted that underlined keyword. With all the... That's a very weird question very weird way to put that question. Specifically asks us what we found. Weird. With all the evidence pointing to one suspect, you find Officer Hamilton and explain your plan. The evidence you have so far might not be enough to convict Colleen. Confronting her would prove next to useless. She's too skilled at playing a character to give anything away. But with a supporting role from Officer Hamilton and a script from Casey, you might just pull this off. With everything in place, it's time. Lights, camera, action. You may now open the solution. All right, here we go. Where's the knife? Let's just... All right. So we can talk about the weirdness of that in a minute. All right, let's open our solution. Here we go. So we're going to try to trap her now. You have successfully completed Admit 1. Once you spot Colleen over by concessions, you head out to get a drink. While at the drink fountain, Officer Hamilton walks up to you. Any luck on your end? He asks, raising his voice slightly. Not much, you say, talking just loudly enough for Colleen to hear. If I could just figure out where Casey wanted to meet, then I could solve this. I got the impression from Casey's writing that she had some hard evidence that pointed to who was sending her those letters. Since we didn't find the evidence on her, it makes sense it would be at the meeting spot. My guys already searched the place from top to bottom, Officer Hamilton says, but it's a big place. They might have overlooked something. I feel like I'm close to figuring out where it is, you say. I just need a little more time. You head back to the front of the Cineplex with Officer Hamilton. Taking a sip of your drink, you watch Colleen's reflection in the front windows as she slips down one of the theater hallways, the one leading to Theater 9. You follow her after a minute and arrive just in time to see the door to Theater 9 closing. After another minute, you cautiously enter the theater and see Colleen on row B, looking around frantically for something that isn't there. You signal Officer Hamilton, who has made his way up to the projection room, and he brings the lights of the theater up to full brightness. Startled, Colleen whips around and spots you. You just got outplayed at your own game, you say with confidence. There's no evidence here, or at least there wasn't, until you showed up. But now we have the proof needed to convict you for the murder of Casey Lancaster. What? What are you talking about? Colleen starts, but you cut her off. The note, you say. You're here because you are the one that killed Casey. You are the one that saw the rest of the torn note. You knew where the meeting spot was. Once you thought there might be something incriminating here, you tried to slip in and destroy the evidence. Unfortunately for you, my acting skills are actually better than yours. I was believable enough to lure you here. That's more than I can say about your own performance. You're mistaken, Colleen hisses. I didn't do anything. Why did you do it? Officer Hamilton asks, having made his way down from the projection booth. Casey was a sweet, innocent girl. Why kill her? Were you jealous of what she had with LJ? That last question sends Colleen into an unbridled rage. You think I wanted LJ? He's an insufferable hack. And Casey wasn't innocent and sweet like everyone believes. She was a scheming, backstabbing little tramp, and she stole my future from me. The acting world is cutthroat, and it takes more than talent to make it big. You have to land the right role in the right film to get noticed. That is what this film was going to do for me. I was the main star. My character was going to live on after the film. I could already tell Between the Static was going to be a hit based on the large number of advanced ticket sales, the media attention, and the active fan base. Box office success means sequels, in which I would have been the main character again. It would have pushed my career to new heights. It sure worked for Neve Campbell in Scream. The success of this movie would allow me to leave behind small films and move out to Hollywood. But Casey, she ruined that for me. In the middle of production, they made a change to the script, and my character was killed off. They said it added gravitas to the film. That's a fancy word people in Hollywood use when they want to sound important but can't really think for themselves. And do you know where that idea came from? Bingo. It came from Casey. She killed both my character and my shot at true stardom, so I killed her. She deserved it. She was always hanging around where she wasn't wanted and going on and on about some inane topic. If she hadn't dated LJ, she wouldn't have had access to any of the people that had the ability to make those sorts of decisions about my character. They would never have allowed her into our circle. Having heard enough, Officer Hamilton steps up and wrenches one of Colleen's arms behind her back in order to cuff her. Colleen Del Guidice, you are under arrest for the murder of Casey Lancaster. With the killer in hand, the theater soon opens its doors again, letting in the eager crowd. It's true what they say, the show must go on. Deciding you've had enough violence and darkness for one evening, you head home. Maybe you'll put on a comedy, pop some popcorn, and make a dent in that tub of ice cream now that you can finally say, case closed. All right, Colleen, that's it. I think seems like she went a little overboard. It doesn't seem like she needed to kill her. And, yeah. Okay. Well, there you have it. Admit one. Let's hear some thoughts from the audience about it. Actually, let me give my thoughts while you guys are typing your thoughts in the channel, in the chat. It had some good puzzles. I would say generally on the easier side. I mean, it's taken us 5 hours. That's 1 hour from me being on tilt on that one puzzle. So it wasn't the easiest of cases time-wise, but it felt like everything was pretty straightforward and easy. It had some fun puzzles. I liked the video puzzle where we had to figure out it was the trailer. And I liked the... I always like the puzzles that are a little bit of like reading comprehension, that aren't pure puzzle, but are, you know, you have to remember that one person said something. We got a bunch of those, like this thing about which one thinks she's honest. There was another one about, there was a bunch of them. There was one about who ate at Drake's. There were a bunch of things that weren't mathematical puzzles, but were sort of like a challenge that we understood what we had to do, but we had to remember where in the story we had read some information. And I always enjoy those. As far as motivation in terms of caring about the characters, I do think they did a good job of like fleshing out this person who died. That was fun, but a little bit cartoonish about the killer. Some weird elements like that last question, what did she find? That was particularly weird because it was such a, like, what you, there was a million ways you could, if you're just going to rely on a word on the page, can't you find a way to phrase a question like, what did you find under the seat, and then have us find a little medallion under the seat? Like, it's just weird. Like, ask us something that is described there. Don't ask us a question, what did we find, and we explicitly found nothing. Very odd choice. Very odd choice. And a little bit weird in terms of pacing, or not pacing. In general, the pacing was okay, but the finale was a little weird, like how we got it down to just Colleen, but I think that was okay. So a little bit on the easy side, if I were to rank the games. A little bit, I was thinking early on, it's interesting that here we sort of, stage 1 happened very quickly and was easy. And then stage 2, when we got the letters from the killer, that was kind of fun, especially since we had 6 people to get rid of. We didn't seem like we had much basis. And we had these cool letters from the killer. I mean, I really like that idea. I like the idea that we've built up to getting these letters from the killer. And they were mysterious, like it wasn't clear how to solve them. And they were solved in different ways. That was pretty fun. And I do think that this puzzle was fair, quite fair. And it is a demonstration of how the Deadbolt Mystery Society people who are in charge of sort of vetting and fine-tuning these puzzles really know what they're doing, because you didn't have to turn it upside down. You didn't have to do weird things. It just sort of relied on you following through and then using these subtle hints about this is the end for you, was the for you pretty good. Even though it put me on tilt, it did seem fair. So I thought the puzzles were good, if not maybe a little bit workmanlike, except for that puzzle, a little bit straightforward. I do like this little idea of giving us a summary of suspects so we don't miss anyone. We can look it out. There were some fun details. Again, picture of our victim. Always nice to have these photos and interviews. I think of that as one of the hallmarks of these Deadbolt Mystery Society games. It's sort of like combining the cold case games with the puzzle games. You get a feeling for these characters. You get to hear them speak in their own voice. You get to see them. I do like that. just not overall not as super compelling as some of my favorite story elements. But I like the framing. I like it's novel. It's different setting. I liked it. I didn't love it. Let's hear what the channel thinks. Joseph Mayu, if I'm pronouncing that right, says Box had a good premise, some good puzzles. In my opinion, is one of the weaker DMS boxes. I'd rate difficulty at a 6.5. Okay. Nantina agrees. The last puzzle could have been better. They could give you the word trap. Yes, I agree. That would have been great. Better choice. Joseph says, I wanted to add, I think this box could have been stronger if we were able to clear the characters with clear story-related elements or deductions that didn't rely on hazy assumptions. The puzzles were more difficult in the second half. That's true, and I did enjoy that. Emmy says, felt pretty straightforward, not the most interesting setup. A few nice touches with the film trailers. I agree with that. I thought that was pretty cool. Nice mix of logic puzzles and solving the killer's puzzles, giving insight who it wasn't. Shame there were no hints towards the killer's motivation. I think that's an interesting point. That sort of the reveal to her motivation was something that happened totally off screen that wasn't even hinted at. I think that's a good point. I did like the setting. I thought there were some cool atmosphere things. Like the fact that we got these coming soon attractions, like some real care was put into this stuff that made it feel real. Like they've created these posters. I mean, that was fun. It felt like, I think that's a nice way to say it. It really did feel like we were at a premiere. That's pretty impressive. That's not a trivial thing to say. It felt like we were at a premiere. I felt like we were at a premiere. We saw the coming soon posters. We saw the movie schedule. I felt like we were at my local movie theater at a premiere. We had the layout of the theater. That was pretty cool. And the movie scheduling puzzle was kind of fun. So actually, I'll give it a little more points for that than I originally gave it, because it really did feel like we were at the theater. And I did like that. Maybe a little more buggy in terms of those typos than we're used to. And I really did like getting the letters from the killer, and I did like how it ramped up in difficulty. But I do think, especially in the beginning, some of the puzzles were particularly easy. Like this one, the password to get into the computer. There's a couple of these puzzles seemed very easy. Yeah, maybe I think 6.5 difficulty, given how they're ranked, maybe even a 6 if I hadn't gotten stuck on that one puzzle. Let's go see what the end game questions are that we've never seen before. Okay, so solve puzzles, possibly win prizes. Here's the activity. Okay, so let's do this. We've never seen this before because we've never gotten a box right when it came out. Let's see what this experience looks like. You keep giving me your thoughts. Okay, so it's a survey. I guess it's going to want my information here. Okay. Just going to put in the email that's public on this channel. For 2. All right. That looks right. All right, let's see. What is the character name of the killer? Okay. The character name of the killer. Okay, that's our Elias. What's his name? Elias Cooper is the killer. In the movie, they're asking about Elias Cooper. Okay. Dylan versus Mars is the sequel to what film? This is not asking us for figuring anything out. This is just proving that we own the box. Okay, the sequel to, from the director of Dylan the Last Plutonian, not necessarily the sequel, but we're guessing that's what it is. All right. Where did Casey go eat with friends? Okay, that was Mr. Drake's. Which theater do you lay a trap for the killer? That was theater 9. Who killed Casey? All right, we know that was Colleen. So far, it's just asking us things that we would have had to know to solve the case. It's a little odd then that it's asking us so many questions. Like, this is not helping them. It's not asking us if we liked it. Here we go. Okay. Now they're gathering some information that could be useful for them. How many people were in your mystery solving group? All right, well, I'm going to put 5 plus. I guess that's fair that we've got 5 plus. Yes. All right. They should scale the difficulty by that. Okay, how long did it take you? Well, when I answer this, let's think. Should we answer this and scale it? So I tend to say that we take 3 times as long to do it on YouTube than you would in real life. So I think that's probably a better answer for them. We don't want them to really think it would take 5 people 5 hours. So let's just say 2.5 to 3 is our scaled down number of hours. I think that makes sense. How many hints did you use? There's no shame in using hints or asking for help in the hint group. That's why they're there. We don't take hints on Deadbolt. We've never needed to use them, and that's a tribute to the quality of the puzzles, I think. Okay, we would appreciate your feedback by rating the difficulty level. 1 to 10, 1 is very easy and 10 is very difficult. If you had to use hint files, please make sure that's reflected in your rating. We use your feedback, our internal ratings. Okay, so I'm going to call this a 6, and I think that matches best with when we normally play a Deadbolt game, they've been ranked in difficulty, and 6 is on the easiest scale of the games we've played, and I think that matches this. Okay, please provide your name and mailing address. If you are randomly selected as one of our winners, we want to send you prizes. All right, we're going to skip that. We don't need a prize. And we're going to click submit. No, it wants this. Okay, let's just put. All we need here. Okay. And there you have it. A little odd, I would say. I'll tell you why. Weird that they asked so many questions about stuff that I guess they don't want you to put that in. They don't want you to open up the box and answer that and enter to win something without having played it. But it seems like they could have asked just one question about who the killer is or something. And if anyone wants to find the solution, they can look it up. I would think that if you're guessing people have certain patience to answer certain questions, then you'd want to spend your questions on something that would help you. I'm surprised they don't ask like difficulty level. That makes sense, but wouldn't you think they would also want to know like how would you rate this quality, or maybe ask you something like rate the story quality, rate this. Did you have any suggestions, any bugs? A little weird that they don't have that the survey isn't designed to give them some feedback. Although in general, the Deadbolt Mystery Society is a very low-tech thing. Like they're just password-protected PDFs, so maybe they're not set up for that advanced stuff. in general, I mean, I have very high praise for the quality of the work in Deadbolt Mystery Society. They're not the most high-tech technology people, though. All right. Let's see if there's any more comments from the chat before we move along. Okay. Emmy says, felt pretty straightforward. Not the most interesting setup, but had a few nice touches with the film trailers. Nice mix of logic puzzles. Shame there are no hints. Okay, we talked about all this. So my question, I have a question for you guys here in the audience. What did you think about this time slot, this 3 p.m. weekend afternoon time slot? It feels very odd to me. Like, here we are finishing. Normally when we finish, it's 6 a.m., the sun's rising. I'm about ready to go to sleep. It's a very confusing feeling to be playing this on a weekend afternoon. It's not the best, but I'd be open to playing. We normally have our Sunday sessions, so probably one day a week in the afternoon is fine for me. But I am curious. You could leave a comment on this video if you prefer this time slot. It's nice to have different people be able to join. It's nice to have some new people talking in the chat. Joseph says, I agree. For a company that's able to push these out monthly all these years later, it's impressive. I agree. Like, it's shocking that the quality of these games are so high after dozens and dozens of these boxes and after so many years. And they clearly have different guest writers and everything, but still, it is very impressive. And then you see every once in a while they're releasing games that aren't even included in their subscription. It's really quite impressive. Okay, if you watch this afterwards instead of live, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this box, where it ranks, especially if you've played a bunch of Deadbolt Mystery Society games. You can leave a comment on this video. I think I would, if I was going to rank this, it's down at the bottom of my rank. Of the 10 games we've played, this is down near the bottom. But you know, all of my rankings for these Deadbolts, they're almost all dependent on the narrative. I mean, that's what leaves an impression for me. Like, the Deadbolt puzzles are always reasonably good, and I don't seem to care that much when they're harder or easier. I think it's weird for me, but these Deadbolt games, because they're so well done in terms of narrative, they hit the sweet spot for me. I like reading these interviews with people and seeing their faces and imagining them. That it's always at a very high level of enjoyment in general for me. And so the difference in ranking them largely comes by to how good the narrative is, you know, in that scope. And this one had very good atmosphere. I liked the different setting of being in this movie premiere, but it just fell down a little bit in narrative. Joseph says, my favorite DMS is Blackout. Blackout, huh? Do I have Blackout? Doesn't look like I do have Blackout. So I don't. Oh, I do have Blackout. There it is, right there. Okay, so we have Blackout. We can play it. Joseph recommends it. All right, good. Well, we'll try it. We have a bunch more to play. ME says, I like the short ongoing cases on Sunday, but something a bit meatier every now and then would be a nice change. All right, well, we're going to wrap it up here. I appreciate the help from the audience. I apologize for going on tilt there with that one puzzle. It's a lesson for me. Slow down. Don't be so sloppy. That's what seems to get me. Stop by the Board Game Geek Guild section for this channel. There's a link on the About page of the YouTube. and help us decide what games we play next. There's also a Discord if you want to chat. If you enjoy just hanging out for a long block of time, I will be doing a Gen Con Board Game Geek preview where we just look through the website together at the games, look at some pictures of them, talk about whether they look interesting or not, and then maybe I'll check them out at Gen Con. Thanks for joining me, and I guess that's it. I'll see you next time.